The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 16th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mary E. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority members for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge a pivotal chapter in our great nation's history, a moment that forever altered the course of our destiny. 248 years ago, the seeds of liberty were sown in Halifax, North Carolina. On April 12, 1776, a group of visionary delegates took a stand that would define the character and direction of a country yet to be born. The Halifax Resolves were not simply words on paper. They were a proclamation, a declaration of a dream for freedom that was bigger than themselves, bigger than any one of us. That dream became North Carolina's loud call for American independence. You see, the Halifax Resolves were born from a year of passionate debate, from a people united not by what they could see, but what they could imagine. A people who believed that a just world was possible. We gathered over the weekend to commemorate the 248th anniversary of this momentous occasion, not only to reflect on the bravery and wisdom of our predecessors, but to recommit ourselves to the timeless principles embodied in the Halifax Resolves. Madam Speaker, I stand on the shoulders of giants, and we must always remember that it is through the courage of those who came before us, that we enjoy the freedoms that we hold dear today. A story of courage, a story of hope, a story that tells us that the path to freedom and independence may be long, but is well worth it in the end. Happy anniversary to the Halifax Resolves. And may the legacy of freedom and bravery and our independence continue to inspire us for generations to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in honor of National Librarian Day, which is recognized every April 16th. As we celebrate the profound impact of literature, let us not forget the unsung heroes behind its organization and dissemination, our dedicated librarians, of which my mother was one. With roughly 17,500 public libraries spread across the nation, including more than 550 within Iowa, librarians are the pillar of our communities. It is an era marked by rapid digital transformation. Librarians have managed to adapt to the times. Libraries now offer audiobooks, e-reader materials, free computer skills classes, and access to free online resources. Many public libraries even offer language and citizenship classes, access to useful tools, technology like 3D printers and computers, and free workshops on a variety of hobbies and life skills. They provide a quiet shelter during hot or rainy days at no cost, and they serve as a safe, welcoming hangout for people of all ages. I'm grateful for our librarians and thank them for all that they do. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Ishika Desai and Nishita Gudapat from Pleasant Valley High School on winning the 2024 Congressional App Challenge. Ashika and Nishita created an app called Orbit that manages the productivity of their fellow students. Every year, students around the country are asked to create an app that solves a district-specific problem. And this year, Ashika and Nishita rose to the occasion in Iowa's 1st Congressional District with Orbit. The app challenge was created in 2016 to foster an appreciation for computer science and STEM. Since its inception, over 40,000 students across 50 states have participated in the challenge. The winning teams get their app displayed at the Capitol building for a year. They also get to fly out to D.C. and meet with their representatives. I was happy to meet with these young ladies and their parents and see firsthand how their app works. Congratulations to them and all the winners. Madam Speaker, today I rise to celebrate Iowa's very own Modern Woodsman Park for once again being named the #1 minor league ballpark in the country. Modern Woodman Park is home to the Quad City River Bandits and seats more than 7,000 people. This stadium is perfect for baseball fanatics as well as families who want to spend quality time together. Attached to their field is a kids' amusement park that features roller coasters and the state's only double-decker carousel. This park has been a staple of Davenport since 1931 and provides the city with a much-needed economic boost. I'm proud of all those who help maintain this beautiful park, and I look forward to my next game there. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Caitlin Clark, the University of Iowa's superstar player, for being selected first overall in the 2024 WNBA draft by the Indiana Fever. Following back-to-back seasons of playing in the national championship game, Caitlin now finds herself competing for the most prestigious award in all of women's basketball, a WNBA championship. Caitlin finished her illustrious college career as the highest scorer in NCAA basketball history, surpassing legends such as Pistol Pete Maravich and Kelsey Plum. She also won all Major Player of the Year awards in her junior and senior years. I could not be prouder of Caitlin and all that she has accomplished at a young age. And even Coach Lisa Bluter said when she came into the locker room as a freshman, she said, "We're going to go to the Final Four." No one believed her, but she inspired her coaches, her team, her community to make it happen. I can't wait to see the impact she has on the WNBA. As always, go Hawks. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in memory of Candace Carroll, a longtime San Diego attorney, constituent, and friend. To say Candace was a trailblazer would be an understatement. I don't know how many women entered the legal profession in 1974, the year Candace graduated from Duke Law School. I do know that just 4 years earlier, there were only 13,000 women lawyers in the entire United States. 13,000. Today there are more than 500,000. Candace said of Duke Law, "It was the first place I had ever been where if you are a fairly loud, smart, opinionated woman who put your hand up all the time, you are welcomed." Indeed, Candace was never one to stay silent. Her accomplishments reflect that. Her impressive legal career included a clerkship with the U.S. Court of Appeals, D.C. Circuit, 7 years as an appellate attorney for the National Labor Relations Board, and she practiced with Sullivan, Hill, Rez, and Engel in San Diego for 30 years. A mother of 3, she advocated for women attorneys who were struggling to juggle a work-life balance. And she was also a champion for underserved communities, serving on the boards of San Diego Volunteer Lawyers, the national and local ACLU, and the San Diego chapter of the International Rescue Committee. She cared about the next generation of attorneys. She taught seminars at Duke Law and the University of San Diego School of Law, where she supervised a Ninth Circuit legal clinic. She and her husband, Len, established fellowships at Duke to aid students working in non-paid public interest positions during law school. Candace also loved the arts. She served on the board of directors of the San Diego Opera and was credited with helping save the organization from being forced to shut down. And if everything I've mentioned doesn't reflect someone who's embraced a life of giving back, Candace also served as president of the San Diego County Bar Association and the California Women Lawyers, and chaired Senator Barbara Boxer's San Diego Area Advisory Committee for federal judge and U.S. attorney nominations. Sadly, Candace died from leukemia at her home in San Diego on January 24th with her husband Len and her sons Daniel, Matthew, and David by her side. She was an inspiration to those who were lucky enough to know her friendship, compassion, and commitment to service firsthand. And San Diego is a better place because of her. Madam Speaker, I rise to mark the unfortunate designation today of the Tijuana River as one of America's most endangered rivers. And while it gives me no pride that the Tijuana River is receiving this distinction, it will help bring critical attention to this environmental catastrophe and public health threat. The sewage crisis has plagued the river for far too long, harming the environment, public health, tourism, our national security, and residents' quality of life. We are finally beginning to turn the page on this crisis thanks to advocacy efforts like this, and soon the story of the Tijuana River will, I hope, be one of triumph and not tragedy. Last month, we celebrated a victory when we secured $156 million for the U.S. International Boundary and Water Commission's construction budget. This money will go toward fixing and upgrading the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant. It keeps us on track to begin work this year, but there's still a lot more to be done. We'll need to secure additional funding over the next few years to ensure this project is completed without delay and at the fully intended capacity. I will continue working with my colleagues here in Congress to end this crisis so that one day the Tijuana River earns the distinction of being an environmental jewel, not an environmental disaster. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, for many folks I represent in the Upper Cumberland region of Middle Tennessee, this year feels a lot like 1989. That's the last time the Pickett County Lady Bobcats were named TSSAA Girls Basketball State Champions. They reclaimed that title last month when they defeated the Moore County Lady Raiders 56-45 in the Class 1A final. And the championship, Madam Speaker, was a family affair. Lady Bobcats guard Zoe Nicholas now joins her aunt and grandmother in having been members of a Pickett County state championship team. It doesn't stop there. Nicholas's cousin, Callie Reeder, is also on the winning team and was even named Tournament Most Valuable Player. The coach that led the team to victory, Brent Smith, has a brother named Barry, who happened to coach the last winning team 35 years ago. It's important to note that even though this is the first state championship in a while, the program does very well every season. It's also important to note that each time the Lady Bobcats have made it out of the quarterfinals and advanced to the state championship, they've won. I want to congratulate the current champions for keeping that now 6-time winning streak alive. I am proud to represent Pickett County and many places like it that take so much pride in their families, communities, and their home team. Again, congratulations to the Pickett County Lady Bobcats, the 2024 TSSAA Single A Girls Basketball State Champions. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate and recognize the 2024-25 Tennessee Future Farmers of America State Officer Team. I want to commend FFA for all it does to support our nation's young people and the many ways it has helped produce some of our nation's best and brightest. For countless elected officials, including me, FFA is where it all started. It's where we began honing leadership skills, learning ways to meet challenges, big and small, and seeing the value of hard work. The experiences FFA students are afforded in those few short years will continue to matter to them throughout their lives. Serving in an officer role can be transformative. I know because I had the chance to be one myself. I was elected FFA president of my local chapter in Cookeville, Tennessee in 1982. The following year, I was fortunate enough to be elected Middle Tennessee State Vice President. My time as an FFA state officer taught me tremendous lessons I'm proud to hold on to until this very day. I still keep 2 of my FFA blue corduroy jackets in framed cases in my office, on my office wall, as a reminder of the lessons learned from that experience. I say all of this to send a message to FFA students everywhere. Living to serve isn't just part of the FFA motto, it's a lifestyle. With that, I'd like to congratulate the newly elected Tennessee FFA state officers, T. Wayne Williams, State President, Emily Whitehead, East Tennessee State Vice President, Skylar Baird, Middle Tennessee State Vice President, Sarah Alt, West Tennessee State Vice President, Shelby Wallace, State Secretary, Eli Julian, Treasurer, Paige Pardue, Reporter, and Lexi Rush, Sentinel. FFA chapters across Tennessee are preparing student leaders for big things. In fact, it's those chapter officers and this slate of state officers that give me so much hope for the future of our state. Madam Speaker, members of Congress, please join me in recognizing the newly elected Tennessee FFA state officers. Congratulations to each of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Kansas at the top.
Oh, from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to make it crystal clear: America stands with Israel. On October 7, 2023, Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists invaded Israel, killing and kidnapping both Israelis and Americans, resulting in the deadliest day for the Jewish people since World War II. In the aftermath of the October 7th attacks, House Republicans made it clear that we always have been and always will be staunch supporters of Israel. Unfortunately, the Biden administration and some radical Washington Democrats have taken a different approach. Since day one, President Biden's mission has been to appease the Iranian regime in Tehran as if it would be effective in discouraging bad behavior. President Biden took a sledgehammer to President Trump's policies that actually worked and deterred terrorism by reversing permanent sanctions on Iranian drones and missiles, allowing them to expire October of 2023. In September of last year, President Biden unfroze $6 billion in Iranian funds for the release of 5 American hostages. While we are grateful that those Americans are free, exchanging $6 billion in assets sets an alarming precedent that only further incentivizes hostage taking by Iran and other bad actors. America does not negotiate with terrorists. The president's appeasement in dealing with the terrorist regime in Tehran backfired and put American and Israeli lives at risk. After 4 years of peace in the Middle East under President Trump, President Biden has empowered Iranian proxies and put the entire region at risk. If it isn't clear enough to the Biden administration, here's a wake-up call. The president's policies aren't working. They're failing. In fact, President Biden's policies are so disastrous that for the first time in history, Iran has launched a direct military assault on Israel. Some people are claiming that Israel should not respond to Iran's attack based on the punches thrown, but rather on the punches that landed. Of the more than 300 drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles that Iran launched at Israel, fortunately, the Iron Dome and other defense mechanisms protected Israel from much of the damage that Iran intended to cause. In no other country would we spew such a nuanced foreign affairs strategy. America would not tolerate this behavior from any neighboring country, and neither should Israel. Since October 7th, House Republicans have passed legislation to support our ally. We've supported Israel's right to self-defense, condemned Hamas terrorism, rejected anti-Semitism, reaffirmed America's commitment to Israel's security, pushed the Biden administration to reinstate and refreeze the Iranian assets and further prevent Iran from funding terrorism. We fully funded U.S.-Israel cooperative missile defense programs and supported the expansion of the Abraham Accords to encourage peace in the Middle East. This week, Congress will again vote on legislation to condemn the behavior of the Iranian regime and show our unequivocal support for our ally Israel. For House Republicans and for me, there's no question. America stands with Israel. Now, Mr. President, the choice is yours. Abandon our strongest ally in the Middle East or join House Republicans in standing with our ally and sole Democratic partner in the Middle East, Israel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, as you know, I come down here quite often. I consider this to be one of the great privileges that we have in Congress to recognize people in our districts for the life that they lived, for the achievements that they achieve. Some of them I know and some of them I don't. All of them deserve to be recognized because all of them have done great things. Today I come down to honor someone who was a dear friend. I rise today to commemorate the life of my dear friend, Kevin Catfish Jackson. Kevin grew up in Cartersville, Georgia. Those who knew him recognized his talent and motivated him to pursue a future in athletics and academics. He actually wanted to quit high school. He wanted to become a lineman for Georgia Power. His coaches saw his athletic ability and encouraged him to continue on, and he did. He'll be remembered, among many things, as being a member of the 1980 University of Georgia National Championship football team. He played under Coach Vince Dooley and Coach Irk Russell. In fact, Coach Russell told the story about how he got his nickname Catfish. Some people say it was because Coach said he fought like a cat and he drank like a fish. Coach also said that it might have been because one day in practice, he was waddling around in the mud and looked like a catfish. Due to his dedication, his teamwork, and his love for the sport, he was voted by his teammates as co-captain for the Georgia Bulldogs in 1983. Later, he was selected by his coaches for the Coach Wally Butts Award for the player who pays the price, a title that recognized his willingness to sacrifice for others without any ends. After graduating with a degree in business education, Kevin moved to the city of Savannah, my hometown, and he became a very prominent businessman and a very important member of our community. He applied what he learned both in the classroom and on the field to his business ventures, and he earned a reputation for treating staff with the respect that he hoped to receive in return. His sales career started in 1985. He first worked as a salesman for the Georgia Fastener and Safety Company in Savannah. Then he went on to serve as vice president of marketing at Scapler Group. In 1999, he founded his own business, EnviroVac Holdings, a company committed to environmental and industrial cleaning services. As president and CEO, he successfully expanded his company across the southeastern region of the nation. Kevin was a man of many passions. He lived life like he was. He lived life big. He was known for giving his all in everything he worked on. He served as chairman of the Savannah Economic Development Authority. He served on the board of directors for the Georgia Ports Authority, the Georgia Economic Development Authority, the lottery, and so much more. Despite his many obligations, he always looked out for his community, and his strong faith guided him tirelessly to serve others. He lent his talents to many wonderful organizations, including the Alzheimer's Association, Bethesda Academy, CASA, Leukemia Society, Cure for Cancer, Feed the Hungry, United Way, YMCA, and Savannah Christian Prep School. And I would be remiss if I did not mention his involvement in the organization of the Band of Brothers. In fact, for a while, we met at his business. The Band of Brothers is a prayer group, a Bible study that meets every week on Friday mornings at 6:30. Kevin was a big part of getting that started. He was always there when he needed him, both in his career and his personal endeavors. His heart was always filled with gratitude, and his personality brought joy to all he met. More than anything, he loved his family. I loved following him on Instagram, seeing all the different posts that he would have, enjoying his grandchildren. He even built him a zoo, practically a zoo, a farm with all the farm animals. Words cannot express the profound impact that Catfish has left on his community. He'll be missed, but his career and his service have created a legacy that will never be forgotten. The Savannah and broader Georgia community are praying for Kevin's family. His memory will live on in our hearts forever. We suffered a great void in our community with the loss of Kevin Catfish Jackson, but his memory will live on forever. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a privilege to be on this House floor and recognize people who have done great things for the community and for other people. And I rise today to recognize Mr. Nick Salamos, whose service and dedication to his work continue to unite and uplift Washington, D.C., where over 589,000 government employees work and live. Nick has served as the maitre d' of the Monocle Restaurant for over 50 years this month. He is not an elected leader. He is not a lobbyist. He is not a congressional staffer. And yet this impact and influence reaches as far as anyone with political power in this town would have. Nick knows about the lives of individuals who have walked into the Monocle every day. Not only does he know political affiliations, not only does he know committee positions or the bills they are working on, but he also knows how their spouses are doing, where their kids just got accepted to school, and when their next grandkid is on the way. It is his incredible memory paired with a genuine care for people that have made him a success in this town. When Nick started at the Monocle in 1974, Washington was a much smaller town, and the nature of politics and the entire political arena was much different. Nick has grown alongside of it, matching the needs and changes in this town stride for stride. His deep knowledge and understanding of the needs of his guests exemplifies why people continue to return to the Monocle, along with the great food that they provide daily. It is why I take my staff, my friends, and my family time and time again to the Monocle. He is truly an outstanding leader. His demeanor and dedication to service guide the atmosphere of the entire restaurant. As we recognize Mr. Nick Salamos, let us be inspired by his example so that we may do work and that we may do it well for the betterment of the people we serve. He has set the gold standard for over 50 years, and his commitment and service will long be remembered. For that, I hope you will all join in giving Nick a big thank you. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in recognition of Mayor Ernest Chargaloff, who is retiring this year after over a decade of public service. Having been elected in 2008, Mayor Chargaloff holds the distinction of being the mayor of the southernmost village of Guam, the village of Molesu. Mayor Chargaloff's history of service dates back to his time working for the government of Guam. A lifelong public servant, Mayor Chargaloff was previously the Youth Center Supervisor with the Department of Parks and Recreation and held several positions at the Public Defenders Corporation. A few of his accomplishments during his tenure included over 200 new crypts at the cemetery, completed the long-awaited land exchange for 32 families in the Land for the Landless program, repairing the community center, dedicating and renaming the Pier Park as the Molesu Veterans Sons and Daughters Pier Park, and the placement of 4 government lots behind the mayor's office. Present day, Chargoloff is known for his leadership abilities, generosity, and his tenacity in advocating for the people of Modesto. He and his team continue to commit their time to ensuring there are programs for the elderly and sports activities for the youth. I will certainly remember him as a gifted public servant who can make a village a family and carry out the spirit of Inafa Malik. I would like to personally thank Mayor Chargoloff for his unwavering dedication and commitment to Modesto and its residents. I wish him the best in his retirement and thank him for his many years of service. I am confident his legacy will inspire future leaders to come. Viva Mayor Chargoloff, viva Modesto. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand before you today to speak on the unbreakable bond between the United States and Israel, a partnership rooted not just in strategic interests, but in our shared values of democracy, freedom, and justice. This critical alliance not only shapes the destiny of our nations, but also upholds the very principles that define our civilization. When Iran launched an unprecedented attack on Israel this past weekend, we saw the forces of tyranny emboldened against beacons of freedom. We saw the importance of U.S. leadership and alliances in chaotic regions, but ultimately we saw the result of inaction. For 6 months, Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, has been at war for its very survival. We've supported them and prayed for their safety from the beginning. And in November, when they needed us, this House, the Republican majority, passed a bill to aid our friends. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle didn't want to take up $14 billion out of the $80 billion they handed over to the IRS to pay for it. The result of this was weakness. We showed weakness to our allies and to the world. This cannot stand. The United States has a moral obligation to support our allies in democracy and regional security against the forces of tyranny and terrorism. We have a moral obligation to bring another bill to the floor to support this alliance. Let us send a clear message to Tehran and to the world. The United States stands unequivocally with Israel. We will not waver in our commitment to defend our ally from the threats of Iran and its proxies. We must do this to free the Palestinians in Gaza from the tyranny of Hamas. We must do this for Israel. We must do this to send a message to the world. I yield back. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, you foil the plans of nations. You thwart the purpose of people. God, what hope do we who represent this nation have? Lord, how can we who work on behalf of the American people get anything done without you? When you look down from your heavens and see us, when you look from your dwelling place and observe our lives, we pray you would consider our hearts and shape them according to your perfect plan. Blessed is the nation whose God is you, O Lord, for your plans stand firm forever. The purposes of your heart will sustain all generations who seek to serve you. May our hope be ever in your unfailing love. May all that we do revere you. Deliver us from the famine of our faith and the failure of our flawed designs. For you alone are our help and our shield. Let your unfailing love rest upon us, Lord, even as we put our hope in you. We pray these prayers in your sovereign name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Illinois, Ms. Budzinski.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will receive a message from the White House.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary,
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
the chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Biden came to office, the pocketbooks of American families have been assaulted. Upon his arrival, inflation was just 1.4%. But with Bidenflation of spend, borrow, and tax, inflation has reached a 40-year high, destroying jobs. Bidenflation is a tax on American citizens and a direct result of the reckless spending of Biden and far-left Democrats, costing households over $12,000 more a year just for the basics. Examples of such price increases include eggs are up 49%, baby food 31%, electricity up 29%, pet food up 24%, coffee up 20%. House Republicans will fight to reduce inflation and create jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism moves from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce the current laws. Biden shamefully opens the borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise in this.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I would like to recognize and celebrate the life of someone who served as a pillar of his community and beacon of light to the students of the University of Illinois in Urbana-Champaign, Dr. William Patterson. Dr. Patterson was a professor and community mentor who was dedicated to bettering the lives of the young people around him. During his time as an associate professor at the University of Illinois School of Music, Dr. Patterson worked with the Moyer Boys and Girls Club and created new initiatives for Black middle school, high school, and college students, like the Hip Hop Express Urban STEM Lab. His impact on our community cannot be overstated. He was known for always being fully present until the work was done. As we mourn his loss, we also celebrate Dr. Patterson and his work that we must honor by continuing to follow his example of leadership and excellence. May his legacy live on to empower and inspire young people to blossom into bright, civic-minded leaders for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize members of the Lions Club, the Rotary Club, the Kiwanis Club, and the Optimist Organization who are on Capitol Hill today. Volunteer service is the cornerstone of a successful, strong, and healthy community. It is also an important staple of American life. I'm a member of my hometown organization, the Howard Area Lions Club, so I know firsthand the good this club does around the world. To share the impactful work of service clubs and their volunteers, Congressman Jimmy Panetta of California, who's a Rotarian, and I founded the Congressional Service Organization Caucus in 2019. Later today, the Congressional Service Organization Caucus will host a member and staff briefing. Speakers from Lions, Rotary, Kiwanis, and Optimist clubs will share how their members strive to make the world a better place, one community at a time. Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to join the Congressional Service Organization Caucus to ensure service to others remains a viable part of American life for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I've officially taken the pledge. An incredible organization from Massachusetts called Spoonfuls is calling on all of us to reduce our wasted food footprint while helping those who don't know where their next meal is coming from. I've always said that in America we have a mismatch. Acres of fresh fruits and vegetables, some of the most talented farmers in the world, yet nearly 40 million Americans go hungry. We have enough food to feed everyone, yet so much goes to waste. In fact, about 40% of the food the U.S. produces ends up thrown in the trash, and too much of it is perfectly good to eat. In Congress, I was proud to get the Food Donation Improvement Act to President Biden's desk, making it easier for organizations to donate unused food. This law is a win-win for organizations looking to do good and for Americans who are hungry. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to look for ways to minimize food waste in my life, and I hope that others, including my colleagues in Congress, will join me in this fun, common-sense commitment. And let us rededicate ourselves to ending hunger now. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute until I extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate one of my constituents, Mara Patel, on becoming the first Houstonian and the youngest person ever to lead the Asian American Hotel Owners Association in its 35-year history. In Mirage, they have elected a young man born and raised in my district to be the leader of the largest hotel owners association in the United States with over 20,000 members. Mirage's passion for the hotel industry started in his family's 30-room motel on Wayside Drive, the heart of my district. Now it has grown into an American success story and proves that your dreams can come true. I'm truly excited about Mirage's vision and what it will bring to the Asian American Hotel Owners Association. I know from his heart he will always put people first. I wish Mirage nothing but success in his new endeavor, and congratulations again. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1149 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 71, House Resolution 1149. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 6323 to modify the availability of certain waiver authorities with respect to sanctions imposed with respect to the financial sector of Iran and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services now printed in the bill shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 1143, condemning Iran's unprecedented drone and missile attack on Israel. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 4691 to provide for congressional review of actions to terminate or waive sanctions imposed with respect to Iran. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-30 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 4. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 5947 to provide for the rescission of certain waivers and licenses related to Iran and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 5. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 6046 to designate Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization and to impose certain sanctions on Ansar Allah and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Foreign Affairs, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-29 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended, and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 6. At any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill H.R. 4639 to amend Section 2702 of Title 18 United States Code to prevent law enforcement and intelligence agencies from obtaining subscriber or customer records in exchange for anything of value, to address communications and records in the possession of intermediary intermediary internet service providers and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-28 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the ranking member of the Rules Committee and my good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which time I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. House Resolution 1149 provides for consideration of 6 measures: H.R. 6323, H.Res. 1143, H.R. 4691, H.R. 5947, H.R. 6046, and H.R. 4639. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6323, the Iran Counterterrorism Act of 2023, under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.Res. 1143, the resolution condemning Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees. Further, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 4691, the Iran Sanctions Relief Review Act of 2023, under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member on the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule also provides for consideration of H.R. 5947, which provides for the rescission of certain waivers and licenses relating to Iran under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and provides for one motion to recommit. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 6046, the Standing Against Houthi Aggression Act, under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 4639, the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or their respective designees, and provides one motion to recommit. The rule makes in order 3 amendments. Mr. Speaker, President Joe Biden's foreign policy decisions have been a complete disaster on the world stage and have emboldened our adversaries and empowered foreign terrorist organizations. But sadly, we were forewarned about all this. Former President Obama's Defense Secretary, Robert Gates, stated nearly a decade ago regarding President Biden, and I quote, "I think he has been wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades," end quote. He's right. And let's look at the facts. In the first year alone, the president greenlit Nord Stream 2 to provide Russian gas to Europe, while simultaneously blocking the Keystone XL pipeline here at home. He issued 94 executive orders on immigration, which has led to an unprecedented invasion at our southern border. And to appease his far-left radical base, he delisted the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, which directly led to this conflict in the Red Sea. He's responsible for the complete surrender of Afghanistan, which killed 13 American service members, stranded thousands of Americans, returned the Taliban to power, and expanded ISIS-K and al-Qaeda. In 2022, his policies of appeasement led to the largest invasion of Europe since World War II. To help his party in the midterms, he has depleted the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to its lowest levels since I've been born, since 1983, and he sent millions of barrels of oil to communist China. In the first days of 2023, he allowed a Chinese spy balloon to cross the country, the entire country, by the way, which collected intelligence on innocent Americans. And on the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, an insult to people who suffered those terrorist attacks, on the very anniversary, Joe Biden unfroze $6 billion in oil sanctions to Iran just days before an Iranian proxy group killed over 1,000 people in Israel. And how does Iran thank us? Our troops in the Middle East faced over 100 attacks from proxy networks, which led to the death of 3 service members in Jordan. In just this year, Biden waived billions of dollars in sanctions to allow Iranian energy exports into Iraq, and I kid you not, while also announcing an indefinite pause to new approvals of U.S. liquefied natural gas exports from here. And guess who benefits from that? It's not the United States, it's not the American worker, it's Russia, it's China, and Iran who benefit from Joe Biden's reckless foreign policy. This administration's policies truly embody the slogan, America Last. That is why House Republicans are bringing to the floor this week legislation to condemn Iran's recent attack on Israel, block Biden's ransom payments to Iran, redesignate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, and apply maximum pressure on the Iranian regime. We cannot stand idly by as the Biden administration hands over the keys to the Ayatollah, to the dictator in communist China, Xi, and the dictator, Vladimir Putin. This week, votes will be very clear. Do you stand with our ally and strategic partner, Israel, or do you stand with the authoritarian regime in Tehran? I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as they may consume. Mr. Speaker, I join the gentleman in condemning Iran's attack on Israel, and I want to also express my growing concern at this situation. I hope that President Biden continues working to de-escalate tensions. I don't think that any of us want this to turn into a broader conflict that puts even more civilians at risk. I also want to thank President Biden, Mr. Speaker, because as Commander-in-Chief, he ordered our military to shoot down more than 70 drones and 3 ballistic missiles that Iran launched. Because of his actions and his work to unite our allies in the region, Israeli airspace was defended, and 99% of the projectiles fired by Iran were intercepted. That is real, that's concrete, and that's tangible. And listening to my friends on the other side, I think they blame Joe Biden for everything. I mean, they blame him for Iran's attack more than they blame Iran. I think they have people on their side who blame Joe Biden for the earthquake. And I think one of my friends on the other side of the aisle blamed Joe Biden for the eclipse. This is crazy. But at some point, they need to stop playing the blame game and work with Democrats to address these global challenges in a thoughtful and bipartisan way. And instead of doing that, instead of kind of bringing everybody together, what we have from Republicans is a fake response to a real crisis. The majority dusted off a bunch of old bills, and some of which have never had a hearing and have never been marked up by committee. And they are bringing them to the floor. I guess they decided their original schedule for the week would have looked bad because they originally planned to bring up bills dealing with household appliances. You heard that right, Mr. Speaker. With all the crises going on in the world, the majority's plan this week was to bring up a bill about refrigerator freedom. Not just one bill or two bills. They had a whole week, 6 bills, dedicated to appliances. They wanted us to debate the Liberty in Laundry Act this week, and they took it as an actual international emergency to get them to notice how out of touch and absurd their policy agenda is. Meanwhile, Democrats have been saying for months and months that we need Republicans to get serious about helping our allies. And for months, we've heard about excuse after excuse from Republicans. First, they said we had to wait until H.R. 2, their extreme MAGA border bill, became law. They changed their tune because they tanked their own border bill. Next, they told us to wait until the federal government was fully funded. So we did that, and the MAGA caucus moved the goalpost yet again. Democrats were told that aid for Ukraine had to wait until the House reauthorized FISA. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? Republicans are out of excuses, and our allies are out of time. Speaker Johnson's inaction has consequences. He has emboldened our adversaries and left our allies wondering, where is America? I hear reports that he is in backroom discussions with members to find a way forward on Ukraine funding. And I hope that we see the aid our allies need on the floor this week and that there's no partisan BS attached to it. Because what our allies need right now aren't more empty do-nothing exercises in political messaging like we're doing today. What they need is our help immediately. These bills we are debating do not meet this moment at all. The very first thing we should have done this week is come back and debate a bipartisan bill that could provide real, tangible help to our allies. And instead, we get more wasted time, more broken promises, more useless rhetoric from this Republican majority. Has anyone even asked the Senate if these bills are going anywhere over there, Mr. Speaker? They passed the sanctions bill on Iran 6 months ago and haven't sent it to the Senate yet. Are they going to send any of these bills to the Senate? Or is this all for show, so they can send out a press release to say they did something? Meanwhile, the world is wondering when America will get our act together and when this Republican majority is going to get their act together. Stop playing politics and start doing your job. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent days, far-left activists have chanted, "Death to America" and "Death to Israel." In Chicago, cheers broke out over the weekend when Iran started attacking Israel during a meeting about the upcoming DNC convention. Just think about that for a moment. This isn't your grandfather's Democratic Party. In the 3 months following the October 7th attack, there has been an increase of 360% of anti-Semitic incidents in this country. It was reported earlier this year that there was an exodus of Jewish families leaving Oakland, California, because of the anti-Semitic radicalization of the teachers' union in that city. This isn't 1930s Nazi Germany. This is 21st century California where we're seeing this happen. But if you doubt me, just listen to the leaders of the Democratic Party. Here's Representative Rashida Tlaib, who said, and I quote, "From the river to the sea is an aspirational call for freedom, human rights, and peaceful coexistence, not death, destruction, or hate," end quote. This is an absolute lie. From the river to the sea is a call for genocide of the Jewish people and the destruction of the state of Israel. And there's Representative Tlaib condoning a call for genocide. And let's not forget about Representative Ilhan Omar, who said, and I quote, "We have seen unthinkable atrocities committed by the U.S., Hamas, Israel, Afghanistan, and the Taliban," end quote. Equating the United States, the U.S. military, and the Israeli Defense Force to terrorist organizations, it's not only disgusting, it's absolutely disgraceful. She also said Israel had, and I quote, hypnotized the world, alluding to an anti-Semitic trope that we've seen for absolutely centuries. Now here's Representative Jayapal as well, who said, and I quote, well, we condemn Hamas's firing of those rockets, but I think you have to look at what prompted even that behavior, end quote. It's very clear. Far-left activists look to their leaders for direction. The Democratic thought leaders in that party sympathize with terrorists. I want to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the state of Texas, the chairman of the Rules Committee, Representative Burgess.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my friend for yielding. I rise today in support of this very important rule, and specifically I rise in support of Israel following the attack on Israel by Iran this past weekend. This direct attack on Israel is unprecedented. It does mark the first time that Iran has directly attacked Israel from Iranian soil. In total, more than 300 drones were launched toward Israel, severely injuring a 7-year-old girl and damaging a military base. While the United States worked with longstanding allies to help assist in the interception of these missiles and drones, it is clear that the stability of the region is only as strong as the Israeli-United States partnership. Understanding this and the gravity of Iran's attack, Republicans have put forth legislation this week to condemn the attack and reaffirm our support for Israel. And be assured, Mr. Speaker, Israel does have a right to self-defense. This rule and the underlying legislation in the rule reaffirms the United States' commitment to Israel's security. It designates the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization and holds Iran accountable for their support of proxy wars and terrorism in the region. Mr. Speaker, it is important that the United States take up these measures and ensure the safety of Israel and the safety of the United States. Undeniably, Iran should be held accountable for this attack. This legislation seeks to do just that. I urge passage of the rule from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll yield back to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just say I've never heard so much BS in my life, to be honest with you. And let me just remind my colleagues that Donald Trump, the guy they apologize for constantly, is the one who let Iran attack U.S. troops. Donald Trump is the one who allowed not one but dozens of Chinese spy balloons to fly overhead without telling us. Donald Trump is the one who gave classified Israeli intelligence to the Russians, intelligence they could have given to Iran. Donald Trump is the one who went to North Korea, remember that? And tried to get a brutal dictator to love him. He said, hey, Kim Jong-un and I are in love. Donald Trump is the one who tried to extort Ukraine by withholding our aid, and he was impeached over it. Donald Trump praises Putin. He fawns over Xi Jinping and Viktor Orban. And he says Kim Jong-un love letters. How pathetic. How pathetic. Donald Trump is the one who praised an angry mob who attacked the United States Capitol and injured people. That's all good for my friends on the other side. At every step of the way, Trump stood with America's adversaries and those who oppose democracy. I'm sorry that it's an inconvenient truth for my Republican friends, but it is the truth. And contrast that with Joe Biden. Joe Biden rallied the world to Ukraine's defense. He defended our ally Israel and their airspace. And he has rebuilt our image on the world stage and has stood up for democracy. My friends on the other side said nothing when the previous president was apologizing and praising every tin-horn dictator in the world who had no regard for human rights. Democrats are the party of democracy. Republicans can use whatever rhetoric they want about the far left or the far left that. Their party has been radicalized by MAGA extremists. Here we are at this late date debating legislation that is going nowhere, when in fact our allies, specifically Ukraine, is out of money and out of equipment to defend themselves against Russia. And my friends just sit there and twiddle their thumbs. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. I urge my colleagues to understand what's going on here. We're doing this exercise that is going nowhere. I don't know who it's designed to please, maybe to show that we're doing work when we're not doing work. We actually passed a bill on Iran months ago, 6 months ago to be exact, that's still here. They never even sent over to the Senate. This is all for show. And meanwhile, we have a real crisis on our hands. And so I hope my friends will get serious. Let's waste this time doing these bills that are problematic and that are going nowhere. But don't come and lecture us about democracy or about protecting Israel, about protecting democracy in Ukraine. It is because of House Republicans that the world right now is on the brink. And I hope that sooner, hopefully in the next couple of days, you come to your senses and allow us to provide relief to our ally Ukraine. I hope that we do that, because if not, it'll be too late. You've waited so long, constantly giving in to the most extreme right-wing elements of your party, people who have nothing but contempt for Ukraine, for democratic movements, who couldn't give a damn about human rights. So it is pathetic that at this late date, we are here doing this and not doing what we should have done a long time ago, and that is provide Ukraine the assistance it needs to push back on Russia. With that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The chair reminds members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward presumptive nominees for the office of the president. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. You know, there's a lot of emotion coming from the other side of the aisle, but as a really good friend has told me before, facts don't care about your feelings. And if you look at the facts, it's pretty clear the difference between the Democrats, Obama and Biden, and President Trump. Let's just look at Russia. It's not a coincidence that Vladimir Putin moved into Crimea and parts of Georgia when President Obama was in office. And then for the 4 years President Trump was in office, there were 0 military incursions. And then as soon as Joe Biden took office, he moves into Ukraine. Actions speak louder than words. Again, those facts don't care about your feelings. Let's look at Ukraine. You want to talk about conditioning aid? Joe Biden conditioned lethal aid on Ukraine, forcing the Ukrainians to fire a prosecutor that was investigating a corrupt oil and gas company that Hunter Biden just happened to be on the board of. I'll let you draw your own conclusions on that, but it's very clear that Joe Biden actually did what President Trump was wrongfully impeached for, and then he actually bragged about it on TV. He also had many missteps. Remember, at the beginning of the lead up to the war, Joe Biden said that we would tolerate a quote-unquote minor incursion into Ukrainian territory, just whetting the appetite of Vladimir Putin. And then when the Russians did invade, Joe Biden slow-walked lethal aid. Where were the MiGs that were sent? Why didn't we get the Ukrainians anti-aircraft air batteries? Why didn't we jam the electronic abilities of the Russians to make sure that they didn't have air superiority? The Ukrainians still don't have the lethal aid because Joe Biden and its far-left radical administration slow-walked the aid from the beginning of this war. It's been an absolute disaster because of Joe Biden's incompetence and the incompetence of those he surrounds himself with. And I find it very rich to then attack President Trump's record on Israel. Who was the first U.S. president to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem? It was Donald Trump, making him the most pro-Israeli president we've ever had. Who was it that had the Abraham Accords? It wasn't Joe Biden. That was President Trump who had the Abraham Accords. If he was a Democrat, he would have won 2 Nobel Peace Prizes for that. And then let's not forget about Joe Biden, who still, up to today, is calling for a ceasefire when our number one ally in the world, Israel, is fighting for its life against a terrorist organization in Hamas. And people across the aisle and people in the White House are calling for a ceasefire on that. I think that's absolutely unacceptable. And for all the talk about supporting our fellow democracies, let me remind you that there's one thriving democratic state in the Middle East. There's only one democracy in the Middle East. That's Israel. It would be nice if my friends across the aisle would support that democracy. But with that, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the state of New York, Representative Langworthy.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding the time today. But I rise today in support of the underlying legislation to put a stop to the Biden administration's policies of appeasement and stand firmly with our friend and ally, the great state of Israel. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas, bankrolled by the Iranian regime with funds that could have been spent on food or medicine or other humanitarian needs of the Iranian people. They murdered and kidnapped children. They raped women. They brutalized the elderly. Barbarism that the world hadn't seen in years. The evil we saw on display on October 7th was done at the behest of and with the resources provided by Iran's fundamentalist leaders. These are the very same leaders that call to death to America, Israelis, and the extermination of the Jewish state and Jews everywhere. I want to remind everyone here today that we are still American, and we still have American and Israeli hostages in Gaza. They're still being held by a terror group whose lifeline has been and continues to be Iran. Mr. Speaker, the true cost of the Biden administration's failed policies of appeasing this terrorist state is on full display. Just this weekend, Iran launched a full-scale military assault on our ally with 330 drones, low-flying cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles. The time for appeasement has long since passed. Let me remind everyone that President Biden continued to allow Iran to access $10 billion even after they funded the horrific attacks on October 7th. It's ridiculous and frankly disgusting that any of my colleagues would continue to advocate and to serve as apologists for state sponsors of terrorism. In the face of so much aggression in the region, I am relieved to see that Israel, with the help of the United States, the United Kingdom, and so many other allies, were able to minimize the damage from Iran's recent attacks. But we would not be at this point if it had not been for President Biden's relaxing of sanctions and disgraceful attempts at appeasement in a vain attempt to resurrect the failed Obama-era nuclear agreement, an agreement that did nothing but empower Iran and its proxies in the region. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I am here today on the House floor calling for this administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop pretending that we could negotiate or appease a regime that wishes genocide on the Jewish people and the destruction of the state of Israel. I strongly support the underlying legislation to put a check on this administration's reckless policies towards Iran that have jeopardized the safety of the American people and the survival of our friend and ally, the state of Israel, as they fight to defend themselves. And I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Speaker. Listen to the gentleman from New York. He got up and he blamed the President of the United States more for Iran's attack on Israel than he blamed the supreme leader of Iran. How pathetic. How pathetic. And I'll say to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, yeah, we are emotional when we talk about this stuff. We are emotional when we talk about this stuff. Because the bottom line is people are dying. And we have members on the other side of the aisle who continue to use Putin's talking points in defending why we're not giving aid to Ukraine. That's not me saying that. That's the Republican chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So, I mean, this is a really important moment here, whether we're going to stand with our friends in Ukraine, whether we're going to help them stand up to Russia, or whether, following the example of Trump, we're going to turn a blind eye. I mean, Putin is, hoping that maybe Trump wins and the Republicans win because then he knows he can take over Ukraine. So, yeah, we are emotional because people are dying. Russia has launched a vicious war against Ukraine. And we are emotional when we talk about not only protecting Israel, but protecting innocent people in Gaza as well, because we actually think human rights matters. Human rights knows no political party, knows no country's boundaries. Everybody's human rights ought to be upheld. But we are emotional because we are sick and tired of the rhetoric coming from my Republican friends. We are sick and tired of them apologizing for Putin all the time or turning a blind eye on human rights abuses in the Middle East or anywhere else in the world. So, coming to the floor with bills that my friends know are going nowhere. I mean, we've done similar bills before that are still being held at the desk, haven't even been sent to the Senate. This is all about show business. Enough. Enough. We have an opportunity to come together, put politics aside, and do the right thing. And I hope my friends will join us in that effort. I now yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
General Lady is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member, for pointing out the importance of the moment we're in and the fact that there are people dying. There are children dying of hunger. How is it that we do not cry for that and we do not cry for solutions? But I, like all of my colleagues here today, strongly condemn Iran's heinous and unprecedented drone and missile attacks on Israel over the weekend. We should all be proud of how President Biden, the United States military, and our allies struck down hundreds of drones to minimize the casualties and the damage from the attack. This is the mark of a strong president, bringing our allies together to combat the threat to democracies around the world. The United States should lead, because we are the strongest. But when we lead a coalition of democratic nations, when the Republican majority scrapped this week's meaningless agenda of protecting the freedom of refrigerators, we thought this would be the moment when the Republican House leadership would finally rise to the challenge of funding the fight against tyranny. This rule, however, is a disappointment. It's incremental bills with titles condemning Iran, but the bills themselves, where it counts, the text of the legislation does little. Lots of talk in the title, but no real solutions in the bills. It's especially sad because we have a bipartisan bill that would provide the bullets that Ukraine needs to defeat Russia, that would provide the humanitarian assistance that the starving children in Gaza need to stay alive, that would provide more assistance to Israel, that would combat China's increased aggression in the Indo-Pacific. I know the vast majority of my Republican colleagues want to do the right thing for Ukraine. But when extreme Putin-protecting Republicans fail to curb Russia's aggression, they support Iran. We cannot see these global threats in isolation. Iran's attack on Israel is tied to the efforts of Russia, Iran, and China to reassert themselves against the West, against America, and against democracy. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to enter into the record the March 2024 Breaking Defense article titled, "Extremely Concerned. American Generals Raise Alarm Over Iran's Tightening Ties with Russia, China."
Without objection.
In the article, U.S. Central Command Head General Michael Curia says, "I'm very concerned about this renewed relationship between Russia, China, and Iran. What we're seeing is Iran is reliant on China and Russia is reliant on Iran. We cannot waste another day of precious floor time instead of getting directly to passing the bipartisan security bill that would actually hurt Iran. The Senate sent us the security bill 63 days ago. 22 senators voted for that. Senate Republicans voted for that bill. That's as bipartisan as you'll ever get in the Senate. But instead, we're in a holding pattern, waiting for Republicans to publicly share the text of bills they promise will provide humanitarian assistance, support Ukraine, the Indo-Pacific, and Israel. But why should we be waiting? The Senate bill has been available for review by every office for 63 days. So I urge my Republican colleagues to put real solutions up for a vote, and I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this rule. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I guess I should congratulate my friends from across the aisle for finally realizing there's a link between Russia, China, and Iran. This has been U.S. foreign policy since at least the early 2000s, but better late than never, I guess. I do take, I'm taken aback by the fact that there's an allegation that Joe Biden is a strong president because he shot down the drones that Iran sent into Israel. If the president was strong, drones would not have been sent to Israel in the first place. Again, let's not forget that under President Trump, Russia was not attacking Ukraine. Iran was not attacking Israel. It's the president's weakness and his policies of incompetence and American weakness that have invited this aggression. And for the talk about Ukraine, we, on this side of the aisle, we have intellectual honesty and consistency on this, because you can be for defeating Russia and you can also be for Israel defeating Hamas. You can also be for holding Iran in check. But it's weird that the same people on the other side of the aisle that say that if you talk about a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine, that we're somehow using Russian talking points. But those same people will be the same ones that will say that we need to have a ceasefire in Gaza before the IDF is afforded their God-given right to destroy their enemy, Hamas. Sounds to me like the talking points of Hamas, but I'll let others draw their own conclusion on that. Talking about more failures of the Biden administration, let's talk about the southern border and about how many terrorists have crossed that southern border. Since President Biden took office, there have been over 340 encounters at the southern border from individuals that are actually on the terrorist watch list. Just this month, news broke of a terrorist from Afghanistan whose organization is responsible for the deaths of numerous Americans. He was released twice, not once, but twice into the interior of the United States after crossing our southern border. He then roamed around unrestricted for almost a year before he was captured. Then earlier this year, a member of Al-Shabaab, which is an Al-Qaeda affiliate in Somalia, one of their members was able to live in the U.S. freely for almost a year as well. It's absolutely clear, crystal clear. Biden and radical extreme leftist Democrats cannot be trusted to protect our communities and secure the southern border. The numbers speak for themselves. And talking about incompetence, let's go back and talk about the surrender of Afghanistan. Remember, under President Trump, there were 0 fatalities for the last 18 months before Joe Biden took office. And yet the president, Joe Biden, felt the need to surrender Afghanistan to the Taliban. In 2021, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan was absolutely the worst military blunder in my lifetime. The Biden administration abandoned the Bagram Air Base and released terrorist fighters from prison, including one that killed 13 service members at Abbey Gate. It has led to a rise in Al-Qaeda and ISIS-K. The CENTCOM commander just testified last month that ISIS-K will have the capability within 6 months to do external operations against the West. We know through OIG reports that President Biden and his failed bureaucrats in the State Department are funding the Taliban and Al-Qaeda through international assistance. But it didn't just impact the Middle East. This has also emboldened China, Russia, and Iran, the 3 countries that Democrats apparently just discovered that there's a connection between in their anti-Western positions. Reports indicate that the withdrawal helped Putin justify his invasion of Ukraine. It's just another blunder in the long list of Biden foreign policy failures. I'd now like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend and 4 minutes to my good friend and sheriff from the great state of Florida, Sheriff Rutherford.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Great to be with you. On this very important topic, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 4639, which is the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act, which is included in the rule before us today. And I have to tell you, I'm standing shoulder to shoulder here, although you don't see them. Every major law enforcement agency in this country is standing with me in this opposition. The Fraternal Order of Police, Major County Sheriffs of America, Major City Chiefs Association, the National Association of Police Officers, the National Sheriffs Association, the list goes on. I am disappointed to say that the Fourth Amendment is Not for Sale Act truly is one of the most anti-police bills I've seen since I have been in Congress. No one's Fourth Amendment rights are being bought. No one's Fourth Amendment rights are being sold. And no one's Fourth Amendment rights are being violated. This bill will simply block law enforcement from accessing open source, commercially available, lawfully collected data that can help them solve crimes. It can help them develop probable cause. Google and Facebook can access this data. The Chinese can access this data. Cartels and criminals can access this data. But we're not going to let the police access this data. Now, my advocates will say, but private citizens and foreign adversaries can't put you in jail. Well, that may be true. They can actually, some of them can actually do worse to you. But here's the thing that we need to remember. No one can put you in jail without probable cause of committing a crime. This is open source data. Only law enforcement will be blocked from collecting and accessing this data. The bottom line is the Fourth Amendment is not for sale act, will make communities far less safe, Mr. Speaker. I adamantly oppose this bill. I will still vote yes on the rule because I believe in our process of regular order that gives members the opportunity to hear both sides, to debate, offer amendments, and ultimately vote a bill up or down. I'm absolutely good with that. And lately, some of my colleagues who claim that they want regular order, yet they vote against regular order time and time again when they join with the Democrats to take down the rule. 7 times, I think, since I've been in Congress, we've seen these rules go down. It's their way or the highway, and that is sad. We promised the American people we would do better. Voting down the rules is not doing better. Mr. Speaker, let's pass this rule. Let's pass the bills included in this rule that will punish Iranian aggression towards our ally Israel. And then let's defeat the Fourth Amendment is not for sale act, which is only going to make our communities less safe. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts
Well,
is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've kind of heard everything. The gentleman from Florida just talked about regular order, saying vote for this rule because it represents regular order. I mean, he and I have a different opinion of what regular order is. There are 6 bills. 5 of them are completely closed rules. That's regular order. 2 of these bills that are closed never went through committee or never had a markup in committee. That's regular order. Boy, I need to send the gentleman a textbook on what regular order is, but this is not what it is. And the gentleman from Pennsylvania, giving us lectures about Biden and leadership. I should remind the gentleman that the Republicans are on their 2nd speaker right now of this Congress. And if reports are to be believed that were in the newspapers this morning, you have Republicans wanting to get rid of this speaker and go on to a 3rd speaker. I mean, you guys are, I mean, please, oh my goodness, you're lecturing us on leadership, and you don't like the fact that you're upset that Joe Biden used the U.S. military to help intercept Iranian missiles into Israel. You say that's a lack of leadership by President Biden? On the contrary, that is leadership. It is protecting our ally from missiles from an adversary. But when Donald Trump was president and 109 U.S. troops suffered brain injuries in a strike by Iran, what was the leadership that the former president demonstrated? Did nothing. No response. Iran just did it, and he did nothing. He downplayed it like it was no big deal. I'm sorry, we have a different opinion of what leadership is all about. And the fact of the matter is that we're looking for some leadership on the other side of the aisle to support Ukraine in their fight against Russia. I mean, the Senate acted a long time ago, and my Republican friends continue to do nothing. sit back and they scream about Joe Biden and they cover up all of Donald Trump's misdeeds and ignore all of his weaknesses. And meanwhile, Ukraine, is literally at the edge right now. I mean, this is a strange way of dividing leadership. You want to show some leadership? Let's help our ally Ukraine. Let's stop Russia in its tracks, rather than giving comfort to Vladimir Putin. Now, I know when the former president was in office, he had a lot of nice words to say about Vladimir Putin, praised him as this great friend and this great leader. But then again, the former president also said he and Kim Jong-un, one of the most notorious dictators in the world, were in love. How pathetic. How disgusting. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, and the author of the Fourth Amendment is not for sale.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank you. I encourage all of our colleagues to support this bill. We all swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution, and the Fourth Amendment does not say that if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. It says that as an American, you have a reasonable expectation of privacy. It goes on to say that you can have that privacy infringed if there's a probable cause warrant or a subpoena issued. What our agencies are doing, though, is they're buying data around that to avoid having to even get a warrant or amendment in the first place. This Fourth Amendment's not for sale, protects private information. Public information's not prohibited in any way. Whether you pay somebody to do the search for you or you do it yourself, public information's like plain view doctrine. There's no limitation on that. Mr. Higgins is clarifying that. Clay Higgins, one of our colleagues, has served as a lifetime law enforcement officer. The Judiciary Committee, where numerous law enforcement officers serve, couldn't be possibly more pro-law enforcement because they've done the career themselves, supported this bill out of committee. And to clarify that this bill is for law enforcement, Mr. Higgins has offered an amendment to say, what is the intent of the bill? Automatic license plates readers are there. That information you've already disclosed to the government. You know you've disclosed it. The license plate's designed to be a plain view item in public. Nothing about this should make policing harder, except that as Ketanji Brown Jackson, a justice on the United States Supreme Court, said, the First Amendment's getting in the way of what? Filtering speech. Well, if you think that the Fourth Amendment's getting in the way of enforcing the law, it's designed to. It's supposed to be a limitation on the ability of government to go after citizens because the government is entrusted with great powers. This rule is an important process to getting a vote on the bill. I thank the leadership team for putting it on the floor today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire from the gentleman from Pennsylvania how many more speakers he has?
I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
I yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, not one of the bills under this rule would prevent Iran from carrying out future attacks. Not a single one. So what are we doing here? The answer is simple. Republican leadership can't organize their clown show of a conference. MAGA members are playing politics with a global crisis, blaming Joe Biden instead of Iran. And to top it all off, many of them continue siding with Putin, an ally of Iran, in his war of aggression against Ukraine. The people of Ukraine have been bombarded by Iranian drones for months and months and months. And Republicans have refused to do anything about it. Not a single thing. Republicans had an Emergency Rules Committee meeting. They scrapped their whole agenda this week to debate these useless bills that we are talking about right now. But nothing for months and months while the people of Ukraine beg for our help. Nothing. And in fact, not only has this Republican majority done nothing, they have members who echo Putin's propaganda and mimic Kremlin talking points. You can't make this stuff up. And what do our allies see when they look at us now? When the Speaker even mentions potential action to support our allies, extreme MAGA Republicans threaten to remove the Speaker and shut down the Congress again. I mean, Is this the message that we want to send our allies when they need us most? I mean, this is shameful. This is shameful. Mr. Speaker, we are at a turning point right now, an inflection point in human history. Are Iran, Russia, and their allies going to write the next chapter of the story? Or are people around the world going to stand up and say, democracy is worth fighting for? Is America going to fulfill our obligations and lead the free world as we have always done and as Democrats want to do? Or are we not? You know, we can only do it sometimes or when it's politically convenient for one party or the other. We need to do it all time. And we need to do it in Ukraine, where people are fighting and dying for their freedom and begging us for support. It is beyond time we pass something real to help them. The bills that we are talking about right now, I guess they're messaging bills. We don't even know whether, if they pass, they'll even be sent to the Senate, because we've passed bills on Iran before, and they're still being held up by the House. We haven't sent them to the United States Senate. I think people are sick and tired of my Republican friends going through the motions or making believe like they care about human rights or making believe that they care about ending the conflict in Israel or ending the fighting in Ukraine. I think people see through what my Republican friends are doing. Come to the floor and yell and scream and blame Biden for every single thing. And yet they continue to do nothing. So, you know, this is the last week before we have another break. And it remains to be seen whether or not there'll be a package that comes to the floor that will actually help Ukraine stand up against Russia. And I get it. There are a lot of Republicans who apologize for Putin and apologize for Russia, think Russia can do no wrong. The former president, in all of his meetings with Vladimir Putin, praised them and praised them and praised them and said they're really good friends and doesn't really want us to help Ukraine at all, posing all these new conditions. But we're running out of time. We either do something now or it's too late. And what a tragedy to basically hand Ukraine over to Vladimir Putin, as if that's where he'll stop. This is about human rights. This is about doing what's right. This is about standing up for the principles that this country is supposed to be all about. I just hope we do it. So I say to my colleagues, I vote no on this rule. We're wasting the time of this Congress. What we need to do is we need to do something concrete before the end of the week to help Ukraine. I know it's uncomfortable for my friend from Pennsylvania to hear that. I know he doesn't want to have to scold some of his Republican colleagues who would like nothing better than to turn a blind eye while Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. But I was in Ukraine. I met with not only Mr. Zelensky, but I met with a lot of average citizens in Ukraine. They're counting on us and the world community to help them protect their country from invasion. And I hope that we do that. But what we're doing today, is a colossal waste of time. But anyway, that's what we do on a regular basis in this chamber. So, the Republican majority has done a horrific job, and we are now out of time. So let's hope after we get this rule done and get whatever we're going to vote on done here, that before the end of the week we can actually bring a package to the floor that will help save Ukraine from a Russian invasion. And with that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Under President Trump's leadership, our nation was safe, and our adversaries were put on notice. He truly embodied the slogan, peace through strength. As president, President Trump destroyed the ISIS caliphate and took Iranian General Qasem Soleimani and the founder of ISIS, al-Baghdadi, off the battlefield. President Trump refocused our nation on the Indo-Pacific and the growing threat of the Communist Chinese Party. He enacted a maximum pressure campaign on Iran by pulling out of the disastrous Iran deal, placing significant sanctions on the regime, and used military deterrence against their proxy networks. In stark difference to President Biden, the Trump administration designated the IRGC and the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. And when former President Obama failed to enforce his own red line and allowed chemical weapons to be used against the Syrian people, it was President Trump that targeted the Assad regime through force. He also helped bring peace and stability throughout the globe by negotiating the Abraham Accords, pushed our NATO partners to do their fair share, and moved our embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. And he stood up for the American worker, not the global elite. When he renegotiated NAFTA, placed tariffs on China, made American energy independent, and secured our southern border. In comparison, the Biden administration's foreign policy agenda is worse than simply a nightmare, because it's reality. That's why House Republicans this week will stand up for our ally Israel and block some of the disastrous decisions that have helped fund Iran's terrorist network. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose, gentlemen?
Nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The chair now lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Proclamation 10371 of April 21, 2022, with respect to the Russian Federation and the emergency authority relating to the regulation of the anchorage and movement of Russian-affiliated vessels to United States ports is to continue in effect beyond April 21, 2024. The policies and actions of the government of the Russian Federation to continue the premeditated, unjustified, unprovoked, and brutal war against Ukraine continue to constitute a national emergency by reason of the disturbance or threatened disturbance of international relations of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Proclamation 10371. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, April 16, 2024.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1149, adoption of the resolution if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6245 and H.R. 6015. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1149, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 71, House Resolution 1149, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6323 to modify the availability of certain waiver authorities with respect to sanctions imposed with respect to the financial sector of Iran and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 1143, condemning Iran's unprecedented drone and missile attack on Israel, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4691 to provide for congressional review of sanctions to terminate or waive sanctions imposed with respect to Iran, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 5947 to provide for the rescission of certain waivers and licenses relating to Iran and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 6046 to designate Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization and impose certain sanctions on Ansar Allah and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4639 to amend Section 2702 of Title 18 United States Code to prevent law enforcement and intelligence agencies from obtaining subscriber or customer records in exchange for anything of value, to address communications and records in the possession of intermediary Internet service providers, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 207. The resolution. This vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, to suspend the rule and pass H.R. 6245 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 273, H.R. 6245, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to report on financial institutions' involvement with officials of the Iranian government and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 419, the nays are 4. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6015 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6015, a bill to require the President to prevent the abuse of financial sanctions exemptions by Iran and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 408, the nays are 13. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Members are advised to take their conversations off the floor. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5917.
The House will come to order. The House will come to order. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5917, a bill to amend the Sanctioning the Use of Civilians as Defenseless Shields Act to modify and extend that act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. Members are advised to take their conversations off the floor of the House. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Gallagher, for introducing this important bipartisan legislation to address ongoing atrocities committed by Hamas and other Iran-backed terrorist organizations. For years, it has been well documented how terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad use civilians as human shields.
The House will come to order. The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, for years it has been well documented how terrorist organizations like Hamas, Hezbollah, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad use civilians as human shields in conflict. Hezbollah terrorists are systematically embedded in civilian areas and population centers throughout Lebanon. Hezbollah has embedded hundreds of arms depots, thousands of terrorists, and tens of thousands of rockets throughout densely populated southern Lebanon. And Hamas's utter disregard for human life has been made plain for all to see since October 7th. After murdering 1,200 people on October 7th, 2023, and taking 240 hostages, they have prevented innocent Palestinians from fleeing conflict zones and repeatedly rejected proposals that would bring a pause to the fighting in Gaza. These terrorists do not care about innocent civilian lives. They know exactly what they are doing when they use a hospital as military headquarters and stockpile weapons in schools. Terrorist groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and Palestinian Islamic Jihad have no regard for the lives of the innocent women and children they place in harm's way by co-locating civilian and military targets. Every civilian that is harmed in this war is harmed as a result of Hamas's actions. As Israel defends itself against the threat of Hamas and other Iran-backed terrorist groups, we must address the urgent issue of terrorist organizations using civilian shields immediately. Congress must stand against these brutal practices and strengthen our ability to hold these terrorists accountable for their crimes. The 2018 Sanctioning the Use of Civilians as Defenseless Shields Act established a strong framework for holding Hamas and other terrorist organizations accountable. This legislation today would reauthorize the 2018 law through the year 2030 and adds Palestinian Islamic Jihad as a covered entity. It also establishes new tools to ensure that those who are human shields are held accountable. Those who use human shields are held accountable. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 5917, the Strengthening Tools to Counter the Use of Human Shields Act. And I thank my colleagues, Representative Gallagher and Representative Sherman, for introducing this legislation. As we all know, Hamas regularly uses people as human shields, hiding behind them and thereby endangering innocent Palestinian civilians. We have seen this clearly in the months since October the 7th, but this behavior is not new. It is and has been the de facto policy of Hamas for many years. Hamas has operated from under, inside, and adjacent to hospitals, schools, and other civilian structures. And within civilian buildings, they have stored weapon caches and ammunition, built miles of tunnels underground, and launched attacks from behind women and children. When Israel instructed families in Gaza to flee to the south for safety, Hamas demanded people stay in Gaza City to remain in place, saying that it was beneficial to their strategy. Hamas does not care for the Palestinian people. They never have. They never will. Hamas only means to exploit them as human shields. This behavior of hiding behind non-combatants is a clear violation of international law and has been an unconscionable contributor for the deaths of too many innocent Palestinian people. This measure, H.R. 5917, amends the Sanctioning the Use of Civilians and Defense Shields Act, adding additional terrorist entities, bolsters congressional oversight and reporting requirements, and extends its sunset provision. This legislation will renew and strengthen existing law, and I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to Mr. Gallagher, the author of this bill, the gentleman from Wisconsin, as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, and it's fitting, or at least for me, that we're debating this today, because one of the very first bills I got passed as a freshman member of Congress working across the aisle with my fellow classmate, Representative Swazi, was the Sanctioning the Use of Civilians as Defenseless Shields Act, which first created the authority for the president to sanction Hamas and Hezbollah for their use of human shields. And I remember at the time talking about this barbaric practice, I was met with shock and surprise. And unfortunately, in the wake of October 7th, the entire world has seen the lengths that these terrorist groups will go to in order to advance their genocidal cause, using innocent women and children as human shields. And so the fact that this may be one of the last bills I get passed in Congress is fitting. And as I alluded to, there's nothing new about this despicable practice that Hamas has perfected of using civilians and hostages as human shields. They've been doing it for decades, placing innocents in harm's way. They've been unmasked in recent months for the world to see. Rocket launchers, weapons caches, and terrorist fighters are found in or near civilian population centers, including sites like schools and mosques, to deliberately limit the Israeli military from striking Hamas targets, or if they do, to incur the condemnation of the world against them in order to limit their effectiveness going forward. Our condemnation of this heinous war crime is not enough. We must use the full weight of American sanctions to curtail this practice and encourage like-minded countries to combat it as well. This bipartisan bill does just that. As the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee talked about so eloquently, we extend the sunset of that authority that dates back to 2018 from 2023 to 2030. It includes updates to ensure this is used to punish terrorists. And importantly, it gives the chairman and ranking member of several congressional committees the power to require a written response from the president with a determination of whether a foreign person meets the criteria for sanctions and the president's justification for imposing or not imposing sanctions. Additionally, it will require mandatory sanctions on Palestinian Islamic Jihad members who use human shields and supports constructive efforts to combat human shields by requiring the Department of Defense to submit a report to Congress on efforts to equip our allies to counter the use of human shields across the globe. So, in conclusion, I just would like to thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for their leadership of the Foreign Affairs Committee and their support of this bill during the markup. I'm also grateful for Congressman Sherman's partnership in this effort to renew and update these important sanctions. And again, I just think back where I was 8 years ago as a freshman member talking about what was then a very niche and poorly understood issue. And unfortunately, because of the barbarism on display, because of Hamas's actions in attacking and killing innocent Israelis, now the entire world has seen this barbaric practice up close, and so it is time for us to act. And I draw great optimism from the fact that even in the midst of everything we got going on in Congress, Republicans and Democrats can come together on something this common sense to stand with our allies and stand firmly against our enemies.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time and would let my colleague, the ranking member, know that I am prepared to close.
Gentleman is prepared to close. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm also prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Hamas has not only shown complete disregard for the Palestinian people, it has also used them as human shields, as an intentional war tactic. It is unconscionable and in clear violation of international law, contributing to the deaths of innocent non-combatants. This measure updates and extends the sanction and use of civilians as Defenseless Shields Act by adding additional terrorist entities, bolstering congressional oversight and reporting requirements, and extending its sunset provisions. The strengthening of this existing statute is timely, important, and necessary. And I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5917, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his support. This is a really important bipartisan piece of legislation. I yield myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to do all that we can to address the crimes committed by Hamas and other Iran-backed terrorist groups. The use of civilians as human shields in conflict is abhorrent and immoral. Congress must do everything in its power to hold Hamas and other terrorist groups accountable for these crimes. We have a responsibility to protect innocent civilians around the world who are used as human shields. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 5917? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, on that matter, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4681 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4681, a bill to provide for imposition of sanctions with respect to illicit Captagon trafficking.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair begins by recognizing the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this important bipartisan legislation to combat the illicit Captagon trade and want to thank the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for introducing it. In recent years, Captagon, a highly addictive amphetamine-type stimulant drug, has flooded the Middle East. Captagon makes its users aggressive and dangerous, increasing their capacity to commit crimes and acts of violence. In recent years, we have seen a sudden, drastic rise in Captagon smuggling and usage throughout the Middle East. The brutal Iran-backed Assad regime in Syria is one of the main producers of Captagon in the region. These war criminals are using narco-trafficking to evade global sanctions and fund their atrocities. Since 2011, hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians have died because of the Assad regime's unrelenting brutality. This is a regime that, with the support of Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah, tortures men, women, and children at an unthinkable scale. The Assad regime has repeatedly used chemical weapons against the Syrian people. In response to these crimes, the United States and many of our partners imposed overwhelming sanctions on the Assad regime. But the Assad regime found a workaround in the illicit drug trade. They are further destabilizing the Middle East by flooding our partner countries with drugs. And they are using the profits to stay afloat despite our existing sanctions. That's why the legislation we are considering today is so important. It provides updated sanctions authorities to make sure we are cutting off all forms of financing used by the Assad regime and its criminal associates. This legislation would impose sanctions on anyone engaged in the production or proliferation of Captagon, and it requires a report on whether Syrian and Hezbollah leaders should be sanctioned under this bill. We must act now to cut off the financial lifeline the illicit production of Captagon provides the Assad regime. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4681. And I thank my friend and colleague, Congressman French Hill, for introducing this measure. For years, the Assad regime has fueled its brutal and oppressive campaign against the Syrian people through the revenue of a drug trafficking network estimated to be worth billions of dollars. Syria remains the largest producer of Captagon, a dangerous and highly addictive amphetamine popular in the Middle East. And Assad's regime, affiliates, and criminal networks have used that trade to enrich themselves and fuel their war machine. The Biden administration has taken significant steps to improve our coordination with allies and partners to interdict and disrupt the illicit network responsible for distributing Captagon, but more can be done. This measure builds on previous efforts to mandate additional sanctions on individuals and entities responsible for Captagon trafficking, as well as congressional reporting mandates to inform this body on what steps the United States is taking to counter these criminal efforts. Disrupting Syria's narcotics trade is key to eliminating Assad's remaining financial lifeline, and this legislation is critical to that effort. So I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, Vice Chairman of Financial Services Committee, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the author of this bill, as much time as he may consume.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I certainly thank my good friend from New York, the ranking member of House Foreign Affairs, for his collaboration on this bill. The H.R. 4681, the Illicit Captagon Trafficking Suppression Act. I appreciate Mr. Moskowitz, my partner and collaborator in drafting this measure. And with help from Mr. McCall of Texas and Mr. Meeks of New York, this bill passed the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I believe, 44-0. It's a key follow-up to my Captagon Act of 2022, which was enacted into law as a part of the National Defense Authorization bill of that year. This measure would further press the Assad regime in Syria by imposing new sanctions to directly target individuals and networks associated with the production and trafficking of this dangerous drug, Captagon, and the resulting illicit finance. This illegal drug trafficking is being orchestrated by Assad's relatives, leaders in his security forces, and those affiliated with Iran-backed terror group Hezbollah. These sanctions and a successful U.S.-led Captagon strategy are necessary in order to disrupt the illicit funds to the Assad regime and Hezbollah. Now, Mr. Speaker, this drug is exiting Syria by way of Lebanon and the Syrian ports to the Mediterranean. It's been found in Europe. It's been found manufactured in Europe. But most of it passes across the land border in Jordan and finds its way to the Gulf, where it's addicting citizens in Jordan, it's addicting citizens in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and that illicit money is fueling terrorism in the region. For 12 years, Assad, with his terror partners, Iran and Russia, have murdered and imprisoned Syrians, bombed hospitals, gassed their own citizens. And now, since 2018, narcotic production and trafficking in Syria have turned Syria and the Assad regime from simply a broken, failed state of mass murder to a narco state, with Assad's crimes against his own citizens expanding to drug trafficking. If we fail to stop Captagon's trade, then the Assad regime will continue to drive the ongoing conflict in his country, provide a lifeline to extremist groups, and permit our adversaries such as Iran, Russia, and China to strengthen their engagement in Syria, posing a larger threat to Israel and other allies in the region. To enhance greater stability in the Middle East, the U.S. government must continue to work with our allies and partners in the region and in Europe to increase pressure in stopping the proliferation of this drug. In 2023, the State Department's initiation of the U.S. Captagon strategy, I traveled to the region. I visited the area 3 times, and Captagon was an essential topic on each trip. Everybody I visited with, from a diplomatic point of view, wanted to talk about the impact of Captagon. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq directly have seen Captagon trade infiltrate their borders. Egypt, Israel, and Turkey all expressed concern about the money fueling terrorism. And while I commend the Biden Treasury and the United Kingdom jointly for using Caesar sanctions last spring to sanction the individuals for Captagon, it's important we step up our efforts and add specific targeted sanctions like those contained in this bill for the production and trafficking of this drug. This bill is an important component in pushing back against diplomatic normalization with the Assad regime, pushing back on the intense terror leadership of Iran in every aspect and conflict in the region, and standing in full support of our ally Israel. I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation. I thank my colleagues on the House Financial Services Committee and Foreign Affairs Committee for helping bring this bill to the House floor, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time and provide notice to my colleague, the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, that I am prepared to close.
Gentleman says he's prepared to close. Gentleman from New York, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to close.
Gentleman is recognized to close.
Under the Assad regime, Syria has turned into a narco state, utilizing the proceeds from the illicit Captagon drug network to fuel its brutal war on the Syrian people. This legislation builds on the Biden administration's efforts to coordinate with our allies and partners to dismantle the Captagon trade network, mandating additional sanctions on individuals and entities responsible for Captagon trafficking, and requires reporting requirements to the United States Congress on the administration's efforts. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 4681, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to myself the balance of my time. Mr. Speaker, the Captagon threat is new to many of us, but the speed at which this drug trade has grown in the last few years is alarming. Creating new sanctions specific to this drug trade is necessary to stem this threat before it can grow even more dangerous. It is also essential to stopping the cash flow to the Assad regime. This bipartisan legislation is a key tool to our efforts to counter the Assad regime and its Russian and Iranian backers. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this bill, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4681, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Speaker, on that I request the yeas and nays.
Gentlemen request the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-3858, an act to establish within the Office of Land and Emergency Management of the Environmental Protection Agency the Office of Mountains, Deserts, and Plains, and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6603 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6603, a bill to apply foreign direct product rules to Iran.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 6603, the No Technology for Terror Act. I want to thank my colleague from Texas, Chairman McCall, and my colleague from Florida, Jared Moskowitz, for their support in co-leading this important bipartisan legislation. This bill would codify recently expanded export control sanctions on Iran, restricting their ability to manufacture missiles and drones using U.S. material and technology. This week, Iran unleashed an unprecedented direct attack on Israel, launching over 350 missiles and drones. Thankfully, 99% of these were intercepted by Israel, the United States, and other partners. But were it not for our incredible, capable militaries, this could have been an absolute catastrophe. Iran has the largest missile arsenal in the Middle East, and it is increasingly supplying malign actors around the world with missiles and drones as a merchant of death. Iran's weapons are spreading death and destruction around the world. The Iran-backed Houthis use drones to fuel their attacks on global ships in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. Iran's proxies in Iraq and Syria have launched over 170 attacks on U.S. troops in the last 6 months. And Iran-backed Hezbollah is aggressively firing on Israel's northern border. Russia uses these weapons to target civilians and civilian infrastructure in its illegal war of aggression against Ukraine. In fact, reports have found that components recovered in the Iranian-made drones used against the people of Ukraine have included more than 50 American-made components. Other reports have found that out of roughly 500 components identified in a recovered Iranian drone, 82% were manufactured by United States companies. These reports are backed by a June 2023 report released by the State Department, where they acknowledged that Iran relies on foreign procurement and that Iran even prefers American-made sourcing to manufacture its lethal weapons. This is unacceptable. Urgent action is needed to combat Iran's long-standing missile and drone proliferation. That includes doing more to prevent them from accessing and benefiting from U.S. parts and technology. In addition to robust sanctions enforcement to cut off its key sources of financial and military support to proxies like Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, we must make full use of our export controls to limit the export or re-export of U.S. goods and technology to Iran. The No Technology for Terror Act will do just that. The limitations set forth in my bill would make it harder for Iran to produce missiles and drones that are used against American troops and our allies, and will make it more difficult to transfer these weapons to Russia and other proxies. American equipment, technology, and other know-how under no circumstance should be transferred to Iran. The Iranian regime is relentlessly evil and seeks to become the superpower in the Middle East, which means eliminating American and its allies at all costs. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill as it extends the foreign direct product rule to Iran, which restricts the re-export or transfer of U.S.-originated items from one foreign country to Iran. Iran and its terrorist proxies continue to sow instability on a global scale. We must take urgent action to restrict Iran's access to technology that it uses to manufacture lethal missiles and drones. With that, I would urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 6603. This past weekend, Mr. Speaker, Iran launched more than 350 drones and ballistic missiles towards our ally Israel, an attack largely thwarted by the Israeli Defense Forces alongside American, British, French, Jordanian, and other partner militaries. Nevertheless, the attack demonstrated Iran's airborne capacity and domestic drone and missile capabilities. Iran has not only launched its drones at Israel, but they have provided them to Russia for use in Putin's illegal war in Ukraine. The administration has implemented numerous export controls to prevent American materials from being sent to Iran for use in their drone program. It has been an interagency priority to help ensure our technologies do not wind up in the hands of the enemy. To that end, the Bureau of Industry and Security has imposed a foreign direct product rule, its business' most powerful tool to prevent the production and proliferation of Iranian drones and missiles. The legislation before us now, the No Technology for Terror Act, introduced by my colleagues Mr. Moran and Mr. McCall, makes permanent certain U.S. export control restrictions on American-made drone technology and would be the first instance ever of codifying a foreign direct product rule. During markup of this bill, the bill was improved to include exemptions to ensure it does not unintentionally prevent the sale of humanitarian goods, such as food and medicine. The bill also contains a national interest waiver to provide the executive branch greater flexibility in minimizing our leverage against the export controls humanitarian impact and maximizing our leverage against Iran. A waiver also provides Iran an incentive to stop its malignant conduct cease its nuclear ambitions, and end its funding of terrorism. While it is a big deal to codify a foreign direct product rule, Iran's conduct and the flexibility built into the legislation warrant my support and support of all members of this House. So I thank Representative Moran and Chairman McCall for their good faith efforts to make this bill a bipartisan bill and encourage my colleagues to join with me in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and notify my colleague that I am prepared to close.
Gentleman is prepared to close.
I, too, am prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
Mr. Speaker, Iran's weaponized drone program is a threat to our allies in Israel and Ukraine and to the United States national security. This legislation codifies the Biden administration's export control restrictions to prohibit the United States-made technology and software from being transferred to Iran, preventing that technology from being used in the manufacturing of Iranian drones. So I thank Representative Moran and Chairman McCall for introducing this legislation and also for working in good faith, bipartisan manner that we often do on this committee so that we could make this legislation as effective and flexible as it needs to be. And I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 6603, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield to myself the balance of my time. And first, I want to thank the ranking member for his support and the work on this bill as well. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to work together to do all that we can to address Iran's ongoing proliferation of lethal drones and missiles. From Israel to Ukraine, we see the devastating impacts of failing to do so. In order to safeguard our national security and innocent civilians around the world, we need to make sure that U.S. origin goods are not helping Iran manufacture deadly weapons. That's what this bill, the No Technology for Terror Act, does. And as a result, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, H.R. 6603, the No Technology for Terror Act, to stop supplying goods to Iran that are used against us. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6603 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. For what purpose does the gentleman? In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until the vote is counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5826 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5826, a bill to require a report on sanctions under the Robert Levinson Hostage Recovery and Hostage Taking Accountability Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce for the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of No Paydays for Hostage Takers Act. For 45 years, the outrageous regime in Tehran has kidnapped American hostages. It is a cruel yet consistent part of this bloodthirsty regime's character. Iran utilizes hostage-taking as a negotiating tactic and a funding mechanism. In doing so, Iran repeatedly victimizes innocent Americans and their families who endure years of false accusations, wretched conditions, and separation. No one deserves this treatment. Iranian Americans are very successful and appreciated in America, and all Americans equally appreciate the oppressed people of Iran. Unfortunately, both the Obama and Biden administration have made the catastrophic mistake of cutting financial deals with Iran in order to free hostages. Make no mistake, Iran sees dollar signs whenever it sees American passports. It knows it can take innocent Americans, hold them in prison for years, and see a windfall at the end. This is the same tactic of war criminal Putin, kidnapping Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich. In 2016, the Obama administration ignorantly capitulated a $1.7 billion ransom to Iran, including $400 million payment in pallets of cash. At the same time, Iran released 4 U.S. hostages. At the time, many warned that if the United States government paid for hostages, Iran would keep taking them and demand a higher and higher price. And sure enough, in the next 6-7 years, Iran continued to hold and collect more American hostages. These people suffered away from their families, deprived of their liberty for years, until last summer the Biden administration cut a deal to secure their freedom by granting loan access to $6 billion in sanctioned funds used to murder Iranians and to murder Americans, such as the 3 Army reservists from Georgia killed on January 28th of this year. Some might claim that these funds are only for humanitarian goods. First, this naively puts too much trust in a regime skilled at sanctions evasion and other forms of illicit finance. Second, money is fungible, and this deal freed up $6 billion in funds for the regime to finance its military program, terrorist proxies, nuclear activities, and repression. Right now, Iran is incentivized to keep taking hostages. They keep benefiting. That's why today we are considering the bipartisan bill to ensure that Iran never again profits from taking American hostages. The bill imposes sanctions on Iranian officials identified as being responsible for or complicit in taking American citizens hostage. It also greatly limits the travel of Iranian diplomats at the UN. They should not be allowed to come here and gallivant around the New York metropolitan area while innocent Americans languish in Iranian prisons. It also requires a detailed report to give Congress full visibility on how Iran is using the $6 billion so that the American people's elected representative can conduct through thorough oversight on these funds. I urge my colleagues to join in voting for this important bill to protect Americans from Iran's brutal hostage-taking. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 5826. And I appreciate the intent of this measure brought to the floor by my friend and colleague from South Carolina, Representative Wilson, which is to help better prevent hostile governments such as Iran from taking Americans hostage or wrongfully detaining them overseas. I believe Democrats and Republicans must work together and ensure the State Department has all the resources and authorities from Congress that it needs to bring Americans home who've been unjustly held abroad and to offer them the support they need when they return home. And I understand and agree with my colleagues' intent to disincentivize bad behavior by hostile actors and to make clear to anyone who would wrongfully detain one of our citizens that it will not be tolerated. However, I am concerned that some of the messages sent in this bill risk undermining our key partners in the battle to protect American citizens. I want to make sure that the State Department's special presidential envoy for hostage affairs is given the latitude to negotiate and get the job done. I'd like to offer my appreciation to SPIHA and its team for the hard and difficult work it continues to undertake on behalf of the American people. We need to empower that office and the families of wrongful detainees that rely on its vital assistance and advocacy, not inadvertently burden it with extensive reporting or overly restrictive policy prescriptions. I also want to be certain that we do not restrict the freedom of movement of Americans, something that is fundamental to our liberty, and specifically the impact such a move would have on hundreds of thousands of Iranian Americans who expect our government, unlike the regime in Tehran, to respect their fundamental rights. That is why I'm glad the language on the issue has been made, in this issue, has been made non-binding. And I really appreciate Representative Wilson working with us on this bill and the effort to make sure that the United States government, its approach on hostages and wrongful detention is smart and effective. We've worked together. And with that, I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
With no further witness, I'm prepared to close.
Reserves.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Again, we must do everything we can to prevent Americans from being illegally detained abroad. And again, I thank Mr. Wilson from South Carolina for introducing this bill. And I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 5826, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'm grateful for the leadership of Michael McCaul, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and also the ranking member, Greg Meeks, who those of us in South Carolina are always happy to point out his South Carolina heritage, as he now ably represents Queens. But we remember his heritage of Rock Hill, and we appreciate his success. This legislation is so important to strike back against Iran's decade-long strategy of taking innocent Americans hostage to the House floor today. And I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5826 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina rise?
Mr. Speaker, on that I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3033.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3033, a bill to repeal the sunset provision of the Iran Sanctions Act of 1996 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to introduce into the record exchanges of letters with other committees of referral on this bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for 27 years, this law, the Iran Sanctions Act, enacted in 1996, has been the foundation of our pressure campaign to compel Iran to abandon its ballistic missile development and support for terrorism. In the intervening years, these sanctions have been expanded as the threat posed by the Iranian nuclear program and other malign activities become increasingly obvious and pressing. And what we saw this weekend is that these sanctions are more necessary than ever. Iran, for the first time ever, has launched a direct attack on Israel, firing over 300 missiles and drones directly at Israel. Thankfully, 99% of these weapons were intercepted by Israel, the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and Jordan. Iran has the largest ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East. It is not amassing these weapons for show. It is amassing these weapons to use them, just as they gruesomely did this weekend. At the same time, Iran is pressing forward with its provocative nuclear program, expanding its stockpile of near-weapon-grade enriched uranium and refusing to cooperate in the dispute with the IAEA. Iranian terrorist puppets are showing the world the destructive capabilities they have gained from years of Iranian support. Hamas launched its October 7th massacre that murdered over 1,200 innocent people in Israel. Hezbollah in Lebanon launched nearly daily attacks on Israel's northern border. And the Houthis in Yemen are lobbing missiles and UAVs at ships in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. And Iran is selling these dangerous weapons to war criminal Putin to fuel his murderous war against the people of Ukraine. The threat Iran poses to the United States and our allies is growing more and more entrenched. We need a policy response that is durable and shows that we are committed day in and day out to choking off any financial support to the Iranian malign activities. Today, that's why the House is considering the Solidify Iran Sanctions Act, which would eliminate the upcoming 2026 sunset from the Iran Sanctions Act. We need to send Iran a clear and simple message. You cannot just wait out the sanctions. The sanctions will not expire on some arbitrary date. The only way to make the U.S. sanctions go away is to stop sanctionable conduct and not be a threat to the United States and our allies, period. The fact that we are considering this bill under suspension of the rule is hugely important. It shows that eliminating this sunset is not controversial. Republicans and Democrats agree that we need durable, long-term pressure on Iran. This bill passed out of the Foreign Affairs Committee unanimously, and I am grateful that it is being considered on the floor today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 3033. For the past 26 years, Congress and the executive branch have worked together to put pressure on Iran's energy sector to deny Iran funds for implementing its nefarious nuclear program and state-sponsored terror activities. The Iran Sanctions Act, or ISA, originally passed into law in 1996 and has been the key statutory element undergirding our sanctions infrastructure. Since 1996, Congress has built upon this legislation multiple times and has expanded the list of transactions that are considered violations of the ISA. These sanctions, combined with sanctions on Iran's financial system and petroleum transactions, and together with aggressive diplomacy, are what drove Iran into the negotiating table to finalize the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. The JCPOA effectively shut off every pathway to an Iranian nuclear weapon before it was unwisely torn down in 2018, leaving us in the dangerous position we are now in. The ISA is the only major Iran sanctions statute that contains a sunset provision. And in general, sunset provisions have value. They force Congress to reevaluate and reconsider sanctions to adjust to new situations. So we must all ask ourselves an important question. Under what circumstances can Congress envision the necessity of abandoning our sanctions infrastructure while this regime is in power? Even in the instance a new Iran deal is reached and successfully implemented, I believe we would want this sanctions infrastructure in place, just as it was under the JCPOA, so that Iran and the international community knows what awaits them if progress is not made. Furthermore, if Congress loses this sanctions infrastructure, we will be ceding even more of our authority to the executive branch of government, who will solely rely on its executive powers to implement sanctions unbound by the program developed by the United States Congress. So I think this legislation sends an important message. It protects an important statute, and it serves the interest of the American people. And I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from California, Representative Michelle Steele, a member of the Committee on Ways and Means and the author of this legislation.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge passage of my bill, the Solidify Iran Sanctions Act. The Iranian regime poses one of the greatest threats to peace throughout the Middle East and the world. They are a state sponsor of terrorism. The Houthis, who Iran backs, are terrorizing ships throughout the Red Sea. They are funders of Hamas. They are a sworn enemy of America, and their number one goal is to destroy Israel. Even more troubling, they are doing everything possible to build a nuclear weapon. Iran's deplorable attack against Israel demands consequences. The Iran Sanctions Act of 1996 is set to expire in 2026. There should be no sunset date to stopping funding for Iran-backed terrorism throughout the world. The Solidify Iran Sanctions Act does what it says: solidify those sanctions, making them permanent. The people of Israel, American soldiers, and innocent people throughout the Middle East should not live in fear of the Iranian regime and their terror. We must act now. I thank Chairman McCaul and Congresswoman Susie Lee for their leadership and partnership on this important issue, and I urge all my colleagues to vote yes. And thank you, Congressman Joe Wilson, and thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
And with no further witnesses, we now proceed to the ranking member.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm ready to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
H.R. 3033 reinforces our existing sanctions infrastructure, eliminating the sunset provision of the original Iran Sanctions Act of 1996. Although I believe that sunset clauses are important, previous provisions in U.S. sanctions-related legislation compelling Congress to reassess sanctions, the ISA is the only major Iran-related sanctions statute with a sunset clause. Even if the United States does manage to negotiate a new Iran deal to end Tehran's nuclear weapons program, the ISA is an important deterrent and reminder to Iran what awaits should they rescind the deal. Additionally, losing the ISA at any point would only further cede more power to the executive branch of government, which its executive with its executive powers to implement sanctions. So I strongly urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 3033, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields, and South Carolina gentleman recognized.
Madam Speaker, just 2 days ago, the world was sadly stunned by the Iranian unprecedented attack on the civilian population of Israel. The regime in Tehran is committed to threatening the United States and our ally, Israel. Iran is not going to voluntarily stop sponsoring the puppets that they have of Hezbollah, the Houthis, or Hamas. They are not going to give up their missiles and drones out of the goodness of their hearts. They are most certainly not going to stop their nuclear program. They truly do believe and chant in their parliament, in English, death to Israel, death to America. The Iran threat is a wide-ranging and multifaceted, and the Iran Sanctions Act is the foundation of tools to combat it. We know this threat isn't going away anytime soon, so let's stop fooling ourselves that a sunset makes any sense on these provisions. And it's really so grateful to have that the bipartisan support with the ranking member Greg Meeks, working with Chairman Mike McCall, that we're here today. I urge my colleagues to join in bringing our statutes in line with the strategic reality on the ground. And Representative Michelle Steele is to be appreciated, even before the attacks, that she brought this issue up to address the murderous conduct of the regime in Tehran. I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3033? Those in favor say aye, and those opposed no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
On that, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise, and remain standing until counted. The sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 288.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 288, resolution urging the European Union to expeditiously designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization under Common Position 931 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution calling on the European Union to designate Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps as a foreign terrorist organization. I want to thank our colleague from New York, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney, for introducing this very important legislation. Congresswoman Tenney is appreciated for her tireless efforts of promoting peace through strength. From the Middle East to Europe, the IRGC is fueling conflicts in conjunction with proxies, puppets, dictators, and warlords. In April of 2019, the United States rightfully designated the IRGC as a foreign terrorist organization for its role in these acts of global terror, including the role in assassination attempts on both American and European soil. In the last 5 years, IRGC's destabilizing influence has only grown, particularly in Europe, as Iran is helping and collaborating to facilitate war criminal Putin's illegal war of aggression against the people of Ukraine. In Ukraine, we've seen hundreds of Iranian drones used against civilians and civilian infrastructure. War criminal Putin and the regime of Tehran are in alliance with the dictators of rule of gun, invading democracies with rule of law. The restrictions associated with the U.S. Foreign Trade Organization designation, terrorist designation, limits the IRGC's ability to access U.S. markets. But in Europe, without a corresponding European terror designation, the IRGC can still find ample financing. This is deeply troubling, given the IRGC's extensive history of sanctions evasion, including in EU member states and increasing cooperation with war criminal Putin to evade Western financial restrictions. The European Commission has historically claimed it lacks sufficient evidence for such a designation. As the co-chairman myself and co-founder of the EU caucus, I especially expect the European Union to designate the IRGC a terrorist organization. To fail is sadly ridiculous. The IRGC role of fueling terrorism is undeniable. The European Parliament clearly agrees. In January 2023, the European Parliament ratified a resolution calling for the IRGC to be designated, pointing out that, quote, both directly and acting through local proxies has assassinated diaspora dissidents, kidnapped exiles for abduction to Iran, and plotted bomb attacks in several countries, including the EU member states, end of quote. It's long past time for the European Union to join the United States in properly designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves, and gentleman from New York recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The United States designated the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC, as a foreign terrorist organization, an FTO. And in April 2019, because of its record of terrorism, violation of the laws of armed conflict, assassination attempts, and significant support for regional terrorist groups, our designation has helped limit the IRGC's ability to assess the United States markets. Unfortunately, EU markets, absent a similar terror designation, remain viable sources of IRGC income. The IRGC clearly represents a threat to both American and European security. We must join forces to limit the IRGC's access to capital, and it is long past time for the EU to act, as a combination of U.S. and EU designations would have a major impact on help and save lives, and will help save lives. This resolution calls on the EU to designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran as an addition to the EU terror list amidst the IRGC's ongoing support for Russian war crimes in Ukraine. EU's reluctance risks emboldening the Iranian government's goal of sowering terror and chaos in the West. The IRGC clearly presents a threat to the EU and our collective security. It is long past time to cut off its resources and hold Iran accountable. Working together, we can contain and diminish the Iranian terrorism and make the world safer for Americans and Europeans alike. And I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves, and gentleman from South Carolina recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from New York, Representative Claudia Tenney, a member of the Committee on Ways and Means and the author of this resolution.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you so much to Representative Joe Wilson, my good friend and dear colleague, and also to the ranker on Foreign Affairs Committee, my colleague from New York, Representative Meeks. And thank you all for yielding. And I rise in strong support of my resolution, House Res number 288, that's on the floor today, encouraging the European Union to designate a resolution. This resolution encourages our European Union allies to finally designate the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, as a terrorist entity under EU Common Position 931. But what is the IRGC? For those of you who do not know, the IRGC is an Iranian extra-military organization that both conducts the Iranian mullahs' acts of terrorism and is the link between Ayatollah Khamenei and other terror groups such as Hamas, Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the Houthis out of Yemen. For example, the IRGC Quds Force funds, arms, trains, and supports Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the PIJ. The IRGC's Bajiz has been a primary force for quashing the courageous protesters in the wake of the horrible killing of Mahsa Amini by the brutal Iranian regime. The IRGC Navy has antagonized U.S. ships in the Red Sea in violation of international law, and the IRGC Quds Force has played a key role in Iranian-directed assassinations in the Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, France, Germany, Bulgaria, and Cyprus in just recent years. But the threat posed by the IRGC is not only abroad. Just a few years ago, the IRGC engaged in a murder-for-hire plot to target former National Security Advisor John Bolton and former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. And if anyone is concerned about whether an IRGC is a terrorist entity, I encourage you to read my report on the IRGC terrorist activity that I detail by many terrorist plots, and all the information is here. For those of you at home, you can access it on tenney.house.gov. But I took a special effort to make sure that people knew exactly what this evil force was up to. And in 2019, President Trump declared the IRGC a foreign terrorist organization. While this was just a tremendous first step, we must encourage our allies to join us and confront the Iranian threat head on. That is why last year I led numerous letters, many of my colleagues joined with me, to the European Union, the United Kingdom and Canada, Australia, India, imploring them to please join us and designate the IRGC as a terrorist entity so that we could impose sanctions. Sadly, none of these countries have joined us yet. The encouraging the EU to designate resolution would implore our EU allies to get off the sidelines and to take a stand against terrorism and for freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, I wish Josep Borrell, the EU's High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, were here today, because I have a question for him. Do you stand with the United States and for freedom, or do you stand with the Iranian terrorists that have tried and succeeded in killing Europeans across the continent? Sadly, I think we all know the answer. Madam Speaker, this isn't hard. Some would call it a no-brainer. It is time for the EU to join the U.S. and designate the IRGC as a terrorist entity. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common-sense resolution. We must stand together against the Iranian threat. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina recognized.
And I reserve to close and yield to the ranking member.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York recognized.
Ready to close.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Once again, it is overdue for the EU to designate the IRGC as a terrorist entity. They are nothing but that. By shutting the IRGC out of both the American and European markets, we'll be starving them of important resources, of funding that they rely on to conduct their terrorist and other destabilizing activities. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting HRES 288 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York yields. And gentleman from South Carolina recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield myself at the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we must continue to do all we can to address the threat posed by Iran. The IRGC has for decades played a direct role in threatening the European Union and its citizens. Given its increasing reach, most recently with the murderous support of war criminal Putin's invasion of Ukraine, it's imperative that no stone is left unturned. We must work together to cut off Iranian ability to fuel terrorism on a global scale, and that must include designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization. I want to thank, in particular, obviously, Congresswoman Claudia Tenney by developing this resolution in her extraordinary efforts in a bipartisan manner to do research on the IRGC that should be very informative to the American people and be a message to even the people of Iran, how the oppression of the people of Iran actually has consequences, sadly, around the world. Congresswoman Tenney effectively promotes the safety and security of American and European families. I urge the colleagues to, in support of this resolution, calling the European Union to designate the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps as a foreign terrorist organization, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 288? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Madam Speaker, on that I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 883.
The clerk will report the title of resolution.
House Resolution 883, resolution expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that the slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," is anti-Semitic and its use must be condemned.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from South Carolina, Ms. Wilson, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 days legislatively to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank our colleague from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, for introducing this important bipartisan resolution to condemn anti-Semitic speech. The Hamas horrific and murderous attack on Israel on October 7th massacred over 1,200 innocent people. Hamas terrorists committed brutal sexual assaults. They took over 250 people hostage and held them in wretched conditions. October 7th was the deadliest day for people of Jewish faith since the Holocaust. And since that awful day 6 months ago, we've seen a shocking rise in anti-Semitic attacks, symbolism, and speech, including a resurgence of the slogan, quote, "From the river to the sea," end of quote. This phrase, "from the river to the sea," comes directly from the terrorist organization Covenant. Hamas is clear about their ultimate goal, the destruction of the State of Israel and the death of Jews around the world. Article 7 of the August 18, 1988 Hamas Covenant calls for chasing every Jew behind trees and rocks until the last Jew is found behind a rock and is killed. So we must be clear. This rallying cry and others like it have no place in a peaceful and tolerant society. From the river to the sea refers to the land between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. This language calls for entirely destroying the state of Israel and replacing it with a Palestinian state. Slogans like this are clearly anti-Semitic and hateful. They inherently support the destruction of Israel and denying Jews the right of self-determination of any kind. Promoting violence against Israel and Jews is anti-Semitism, and we have the responsibility in Congress to condemn such language. With this resolution, we're condemning this hate speech and standing with our valued ally, Israel. We understand the chant of Tehran, gruesomely in English, quote, "Death to Israel, death to America." I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Carolina reserves, and gentleman from New York recognized.
Madam Speaker, the 10-word slogan, "From river to the sea, Palestine will be free," means different things to different people. For many well-being supporters of the Palestinian cause, it's a slogan calling for a future Palestinian statehood and Palestinian dignity. And I agree with those goals, and that's why I support a two-state solution. To others, particularly to Israelis and Jews in the diaspora, the phrase is a threat, symbolizing the destruction of the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel. And I acutely understand that concern as well. But a basic truth is evident. If you consider the geographic area between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea to be exclusively Palestine, you are taking the Jewish state of Israel off the map. As clearly demonstrated by pro-Palestinian protesters following the horrific events of October the 7th, far too many people who boldly chant this phrase do not want Israel to exist. I know this because when asked, that's how they answered. As someone steeped in America's civil rights movement, I clearly understand the First Amendment and the right of free speech. I support peaceful protest. I support what my dear friend and former colleague John Lewis taught us about good trouble. It's okay for supporters of the Palestinian cause or the Israeli cause to cause some good trouble. But when good trouble turns into calls for violence, or in this case, wiping the state of Israel off the map, the rhetoric has gone too far. It becomes dangerous, and it could cause people harm. And that's why I support this non-binding resolution critical of that phrase. But let me be clear. There is absolutely nothing anti-Semitic about advocating for an independent Palestinian state. However, calling for the elimination of the Jewish state, praising Hamas, who strives for Israel's destruction, or suggesting that the Jews alone do not have the right to self-determination is anti-Semitic. I'm a strong supporter of a two-state solution, which will result in the area between the river and the sea being the home to a Jewish state of Israel and an independent and prosperous Palestine. That is what we should be chanting for, and what I will never give up hope for: a peaceful Middle East, two states, side by side. When I talked to some citizens of Israel right after an intifada, all they said is they wanted to live in peace with their neighbors. When I talked to some young Palestinians in the West Bank, all they said they wanted to live in peace with their Israeli neighbors. That's what we should be striving for. So, while I'm not really happy that we have to consider this resolution, that I do believe, unfortunately, was brought here by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle in an attempt to divide this House. I also know the danger of the phrase in question. That is why the resolution actually has my begrudging support. But in this institution, at times, you got to do what you think is the best thing to do, the right thing to do. And that's why I support this resolution and encourage colleagues to join in doing the same. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserved. Gentleman from South Carolina recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Anthony D'Esposito, Chairman of the House Administration Subcommittee on Emergency Management and Technology and the author of this resolution.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 883. I rise today as well to thank House Republican leadership for bringing my resolution to a vote as part of their swift and necessary response to Iran's unprecedented attack on Israel. My resolution condemns the slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," because it is blatantly anti-Semitic. Madam Speaker, it is no coincidence that this slogan has been embraced by not only the violent, barbaric leaders of Hamas, but also countless other terrorist organizations and adversarial nations like Iran. Madam Speaker, I remind my colleagues that this slogan was used by Iranian leaders responsible for the recent attacks on Israel. It is also no coincidence that this phrase has roots in Hamas's charter, a document which explicitly calls for the destruction of the State of Israel, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. When anti-Semitic activists masquerading as merely pro-Palestinian spray paint this slogan on the site of the 1972 Munich massacre of Israeli Olympians, we know, and they know, exactly what they are communicating. This slogan communicates one thing and one thing only. It is not human rights. It is certainly not peace. It is the violent destruction of the State of Israel and the Jewish people that live within it. Madam Speaker, at a time in history when anti-Semitic attacks have surged nearly 400%, Madam Speaker, 400% following Hamas's brutal, unprovoked October 7th attack on Israel, we need this resolution now more than ever. When Jewish students throughout this nation and in my home state of New York, at universities like Columbia and Cooper Union, speak up about the anti-Semitism they're facing, they cite phrases and slogans just like these. Too often, events that may have started as peaceful protests quickly cross the line and turn into anti-Semitic, anti-Jew rallies. Perhaps the most common denominator in these instances is the presence of this slogan. It is not simply a slogan, it is a threat. It is a threat to Israel, it is a threat to the Jewish people. It does not get us any closer to peace, it gets us further from it. To employ this slogan is to perpetuate the cause of hate and regional instability. I remind my colleagues that the Anti-Defamation League regards the slogan as anti-Semitic and a cry for Israel to not exist. The ADL informs us that to use this slogan is to call for, and I quote, effectively erasing and destroying the entire Jewish state. I remind my colleagues that between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea sits America's strongest ally. the Middle East's only democracy, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. And as the representative of the most Jewish communities in this country, it is very clear that we need to act. Between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea sits Israel, a free, diverse nation, a safe haven for Jewish people, formed in the wake of the mass murder of European Jews. When the world witnessed the tragedies of the Holocaust, we said never again. Now is our chance to mean it and to reject anti-Semitic hate in all of its forms, whenever and wherever it rears its ugly head. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
New York yields back. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
And, Mr. Speaker, I reserve to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, I'm ready to close.
I'm going to say something nice about you.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as I stated during this debate, I am a strong supporter of a two-state solution, which will result in the area between the river and the sea being the home to a Jewish state of Israel and an independent and prosperous Palestine. This is what we should all be chanting for. This is what we should all be hoping for. This should be what we all are working for. It's in the best interest of the Palestinian people and the Jewish state of Israel and the United States of America. Let's end hate. Let's end anti-Semitism. Let's bring people together. That should be what we're all are looking for. Let's not put and deal with things that hurts and divides. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting HRES 883. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we must do everything in our power to condemn anti-Semitic speech and actions at home and around the world. It is so sad that since October 7th, instead of rallying around our Jewish friends, we've seen a disgusting rise in anti-Semitic attacks. We cannot allow hate speech to be normalized, as so well and eloquently stated by Ranking Member Greg Meeks. This resolution, so thoughtfully and capably introduced by Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, makes clear that this language is not normal. Calling for the destruction of the people of Israel is not normal. It's not acceptable. And today, this House will reject this language. I am grateful for the leadership that we see today of Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCaul and Ranking Member Greg Meeks. We have clear bipartisanship working together for the safety of American families. I urge colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 883? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the Chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative. What purpose does the gentleman of South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and the nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules with respect to H.R. 5917, 4681, 6603,
5826-3033, House Resolution 288, and House Resolution 883. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 2-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5917, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5917, a bill to amend the Sanctioning the Use of Civilians as Defenseless Shields Act to modify and extend that act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 419, the nays are 4. The two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. Motion can reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business vote on the motion, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 4681, which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk, report the title.
H.R. 4681, a bill to provide for the imposition of sanctions with respect to illicit Captagon trafficking.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members record their votes by electronic device. I'll be reminded, the members, these are 2-minute votes. This vote, the yeas are 410, the nays are 13, two-thirds being the affirmative. The rules are suspended. Bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business, is vote on the motion, Mr. from Texas, Mr. Moran, to suspend the rules, pass H.R. 6603 as amended, which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk, report the title.
H.R. 6603, a bill to apply foreign direct product rules to Iran.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members record their vote by electronic device. Again, a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 406, nays are 19. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended. Bill is passed. Without objection, motion reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business, the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, pass the rules to suspend and pass H.R. 5826 as amended, which the yeas and nays order. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5826, a bill to require a report on sanctions under the Robert Levison Hostage Recovery and Hostage Taking Accountability Act and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members record their vote by electronic device. Again, a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 391 to nays are 34, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. Motion reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business, the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, suspend rules, pass H.R. 3033, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3033, a bill to repeal the sunset provision of the Iran Sanctions Act of 1996 and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill? Members record their votes by electronic device. Again, 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 407, the nays are 216, 16. Two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion. The gentleman of South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, suspend the rules, agree to House Resolution 288, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 288, resolution urging the European Union to expeditiously designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization under Common Position 931 and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members record their vote by electronic device. 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 411 and the nays are 14, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. Resolution is agreed to without the objection. This motion is to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business, the vote on the motion of the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 883, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 883, resolution expressing the sense of the House of Representatives that the slogan, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," is anti-Semitic and its use must be condemned.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules to agree to the resolution? Members record their vote by electronic device. Again, a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 377, the nays are 44. One is recorded as present, two-thirds being the affirmative. The rules are suspended. A resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Please take your conversations out of the well and off the floor. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1149, I call up H.R. 6323 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 380, H.R. 6323, a bill to modify the availability of certain waiver authorities with respect to sanctions imposed with respect to the financial sector of Iran and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend we witnessed Iran's unprecedented attack on our greatest ally and the lone democracy in the Middle East, Israel. Tehran struck our friends in Israel with a swarm of missiles and drone attacks launched from Iranian soil. Thankfully, most of the attack was intercepted by Israeli defense systems with the support from the mighty U.S. military and other partners in the region and across the world. This assault was just the latest sign that the Ayatollahs seek to destroy Israel from all sides. In addition to this direct attack, Iran has sought to encircle our
Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
So when Tehran struck our friends in Israel with a swarm of missiles and drone attacks launched from Iranian soil, I think this woke up the world. This assault was just the latest sign that the Ayatollahs seek to destroy Israel from all sides. In addition to this direct attack, Iran has sought to encircle our Israeli allies through its support of Hamas and Hezbollah. Hamas's terrorist strike last October on innocent Israeli civilians was a wake-up call for many around the world. It underscores the brutality of the Iranian proxies, and in response to this aggression, my friend and colleague from California, Mrs. Kim, authored the bill we are considering today, H.R. 6323, the Iran Counterterrorism Act. This legislation will provide Congress a stronger role in any future sanctions relief for Iran. Under current law, the U.S. imposes so-called secondary sanctions against foreign banks that deal with Iran, restricting the Ayatollah's access to hard currency. At the same time, the president enjoys certain waiver authorities that he can invoke for national security purposes. For example, last September, while Hamas was preparing to wage war against Israel, the Biden administration issued a waiver that allowed for $6 billion in Iranian funds to be unfrozen. But this is not a Democratic or Republican issue we're bringing forward here. Administrations from both parties have used waivers in the past. Additionally, Congress routinely enacts waiver authorities so the executive branch can use discretion in order to convince bad actors to change their behavior. The issue is, when it comes to Iran, the status quo is simply unsustainable. Congresswoman Kim's bill recognizes this. The regime in Tehran is so hostile, and the threat it poses to Israel and American interests are so high that lawmakers need a greater say when waivers are granted to the Ayatollahs access to the global financial system. This bill before us ensures U.S. sanctions against Iran can only be waived if Iran has ceased support for international terrorism. If the administration cannot certify that Iran is no longer financing terrorism, the bill also provides Congress with a chance to review any national security interest waivers of these sanctions. When H.R. 6323 was passed by the Financial Services Committee, it received bipartisan support because members are no longer comfortable delegating blanket waiver authorities that benefit Iran. Tehran's continued aggression, from its efforts to destroy Israel, to its pursuit of nuclear weapons, to its export of drone technologies to Russia, demonstrates that our waiver policies need closer scrutiny. Congresswoman Kim's legislation draws on a similar congressional review process already in place for Russian sanctions. This review was established under legislation from 2017 that passed both the House and the Senate with near unanimous support. I'm hopeful that our Democratic colleagues will take the threat posed by Iran as seriously as they did Russia when Congress enacted that law. Mr. Speaker, let me just add that Mrs. Kim's bill retains the sanctions exemptions we already have in place for humanitarian assistance to ordinary Iranians. Our challenge is with the regime in Iran, not the Iranian people. Her bill focuses on targeting Tehran's ability to finance terrorism, not on punishing innocent Iranian civilians. This bill is also about ensuring that waivers benefiting the Iranian government receive an appropriate vetting in Congress. After the attacks inflicted on our Israeli allies and friends over the past 7 months, surely we can all support this common sense measure. I want to thank Mrs. Kim for her work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. As the Rules Committee yesterday, the sponsor of this bill, Ms. Kim, said that we would need to pass this bill in order to send a strong message to Iran that its unprecedented attack over the weekend was unacceptable. I agree that the attack was unacceptable. it is wholly unclear how this bill in any way sends any such message. The bill would do nothing to deter another act by Iran. Instead, it would make it harder for the president to respond to emergency situations, including humanitarian crises. Under current law, a president has the authority to waive sanctions only if they determine that such a waiver is vital to the national security of the United States and submits a report to Congress providing justification for the waiver. The authority also limits a president to a waiver period of 180 days, and they must comply with the same requirements in order to renew the waiver. This is an authority that has been in place for decades and has been used effectively by Republican and Democratic presidents to protect our national security. It is designed to allow the president to be nimble in response to situations that threaten our national security. This bill would hamstring this limited waiver authority by prohibiting the president from moving forward with a waiver until a waiting period of up to 70 days have passed. Hear me. A waiver, the president would prohibit the president from moving forward with a waiver until a waiting period of up to 70 days has passed. During this waiting period, American hostages could be languishing in a foreign prison. Victims of a major catastrophe could be suffering, or tensions between American allies and adversaries could be escalating to result in a war. While any number of major threats to our national security are unfolding, this bill would impose an unreasonable waiting period during which the president would be required to jump through hoops as Congress holds hearings, receives briefings, and requests further information. This is an untenable way to handle emergency situations. Further, by hamstringing our ability to respond quickly, this bill could very well create a rift between us and our allies abroad who are relying on us to support them in critical moments. Let's be clear. The current law already provides for transparency on any waivers by requiring reports to Congress explaining the rationale for any waivers. And Congress already has every right to do robust oversight by holding hearings, receiving briefings, and requesting further information to better understand the justification for any waivers. We don't need this bill to allow us to do that. The difference in this bill is that the president is subjected to a long waiting period during which untold damage could be inflicted on the United States, our relationships with our allies, and our standing on the international stage. After decades of a shadow war between Israel and Iran and months of combat between Israel and Hamas that has resulted in thousands of civilian casualties, this weekend's attack by Iran has brought us even closer to the precipice of an all-out war in the region. This is not the time to be tying the hands of our president to respond to emergencies, and this is not the time to be risking a rift in our international relationships with allies. Moreover, limiting our ability to facilitate the funding to provide humanitarian relief for people in need, as this bill would do, is simply shameful, and it degrades basic American values supporting the life and dignity of all people. As the Rules Committee hearing yesterday, the bill's sponsor also claimed that the Biden administration had weakened sanctions on Iran and that this bill was designed to make it harder for the president to do so in the future. But the Biden administration's Iran sanctions program is the most extensive set of comprehensive sanctions against any country. In fact, the Biden administration has ramped up pressure on Iran since the Trump administration by imposing sanctions on hundreds of additional individuals and entities for activity related to Iran, including the illicit sale of Iranian oil. The Biden administration also successfully seized a tanker carrying Iranian oil, which was the first ever criminal resolution involving a company that violated sanctions by facilitating the illicit sale and transport of Iranian oil, according to the Department of Justice. In fact, some of the examples that Republicans have cited for sanctions waivers that Biden has implemented were merely renewals of waivers that were initiated under the Trump administration. National security interest waivers, including those that facilitate humanitarian exceptions to sanctions, have long had bipartisan support, including under the Trump administration. This is just another example of the double standard that Republicans use to fuel their political talking points. They are desperately trying to find a way to blame the Biden administration for Iran's latest attack when there is simply no real basis to make that connection. And Republicans are also applying a double standard to Ukraine and Israel. They are jumping to support our ally Israel and punish Iran, but they have been holding up badly needed funding for Ukraine, thereby emboldening our shared enemy, Russia. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6323 will do nothing to stop or even deter Iran from attacking Israel again, nor will it end the humanitarian disaster and war in Gaza, or help any of our allies under attack by authoritarian regimes. This bill does nothing to help Ukraine or provide Taiwan with any assurance that we have their back. Instead, this bill will have Americans sitting on its hands while any number of threats to our own national security unfold. So I urge you to reject this bill and affirm that America will continue to be a beacon of hope for people around the world. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I'll now recognize for as such time as she may consume Mrs. Kim from Orange County, California, member of the Financial Services Committee and the International Affairs Committee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 6323, the Iran Counterterrorism Act. Israel is confronting a critical moment as it fights for its right to exist. Iran and its proxies continue to attack our greatest ally in the Middle East and the lone democracy in the region. As a key financial supporter of Hamas, Iran has sought to indirectly wage war against our Israeli allies. This was demonstrated by Hamas' barbaric attack on October 7. Now, Iran's hostility has become direct. Last weekend, Iran attacked Israel with drones and missiles launched from Iranian soil. This shows how the Ayatollahs are seeking to open up another front as Israel fights for survival. Iran's aggression underlines the need for greater congressional oversight when the executive branch waives U.S. sanctions on Tehran. That is the focus of H.R. 6323. Under current law, the United States imposes secondary sanctions against foreign financial institutions that do business with blacklisted Iranians. However, using the law's waiver authority, President Biden eased some of these sanctions last September. Just as Hamas was preparing its assault, the Biden administration greenlit the transfer of $6 billion in Iranian funds in exchange for the release of 5 American hostages. The waiver did nothing to deter Iran from its continued attempts to destroy Israel. H.R. 6323 does not affect past waivers, but it will help ensure that waiver authority cannot be abused. This bill will require Iran to end its support for international terrorism before another waiver could be invoked. If Iran continues to fund terror and the White House seeks a sanctions waiver, this legislation will give the Congress a period to review that action. It will also give Congress an opportunity to reject a misguided waiver. That is common sense. This bill does not discriminate between Republican and Democratic administrations. Any president that wishes to facilitate Iran's access to the global financial system will have to notify Congress 30 days in advance. So contrary to ranking member's assertion, this is a reasonable measure that put guardrail. So right now, the president has to notify Congress 15 days before waiving the sanctions. With this bill, we are extending to 30 days and 60 days if we are in an August recess. The review period will allow Congress to examine the merits of the waiver and pass a joint resolution of disapproval under expedited procedures, which would prevent the waiver from taking effect. Alternatively, Congress can choose to support a waiver or not to act at all. In both of those cases, the waiver would go forward. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle said yesterday that they will not be supporting because they don't trust Congress to act. I want to emphasize that if there is inaction from Congress, the president will be able to proceed with that waiver. Additionally, some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will say that this bill does nothing to counter Iran and its growing aggressiveness. Well, I have to disagree with those of my colleagues who say that. Certain actions by the administration have paved the way for Iran to not fear the consequences of its actions. H.R. 6323 does not prejudge future waivers. It simply gives members a say before Tehran can get its hands on any additional funds. This congressional review process is taken from an existing law targeting Russia, the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, which passed the House in 2017 by a vote of 419-3. We can all agree that Tehran deserves much scrutiny as Moscow. So I'll finish with this. Nothing in H.R. 6323 affects existing sanctions exemptions for food, medicine, and medical devices. These are blanket exceptions that Congress has already built into the sanctions laws that we are discussing today. And nothing in this legislation would change that. The Financial Services Committee passed this legislation in November in a bipartisan vote of 30-19. So I'm confident that it will receive support from members of both sides of the aisle if it is considered on the House floor. So I urge all of my colleagues, both sides of the aisle, Democrats and Republicans, to take action to confront Iran and stand with our greatest ally, Israel. Support H.R. 6323, and I yield the balance of my time. Thank you.
I reserve. I'd like to reserve. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield to myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker and members, if my GOP colleagues wanted to combat terrorism finance, the way to do that is not through convoluted congressional waiting periods and lengthy proposal processes tying the president's hand. Rather, I have a solid bipartisan bill to propose, one which passed our Financial Services Committee markup with a unanimous vote of 50-0 That bill, my bill, is the Stopping Illicit Oil Shipments Act of 2023, H.R. 6365. The bill would target Iran oil shipments and the Iranian Ghost Fleet, which is one of the biggest sources of funds for the terrorist Iranian regime. Iran and Russia both use this tactic to circumvent U.S. and allied sanctions. In fact, it is estimated that 2 million barrels of oil are transported daily on these ghost ships. If Republicans were serious about countering Iran and Russia, they could have brought this bill to the floor with these other provisions, a bill that passed markup with the same bills considered this week. I yield back.
Was the gentlelady
I reserve the
prepared to
balance of
close?
my time.
Yield back. Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
And gentlelady's yielded back, so I'm closing.
Gentlelady reserved.
I'm prepared to close, so I reserve.
Oh, wait a minute.
You coming on?
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Where's my closing stuff? Excuse me.
I thank the distinguished gentlelady and ranking member of the full Financial Services Committee for yielding, and I thank the chairman of the full committee as well to be able to give me the opportunity to raise concerns and to say that we all stand with our ally Israel in the horrors of waking up and being targeted by 300 drones and being absolutely struck by this terrorist attack. I just came from an organization of Iranians who were stunned by being attacked by 300 drones. And so this bill has consequences which I think are extremely important and worthy of our constituents and our community of looking at, which is what I wish to do. This bill would require the President to obtain a congressional resolution of approval.
Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. The Iran Counterterrorism Act would require the President to obtain a congressional resolution of approval before waiving certain sanctions on Iran. This would cause us to have greater deliberation with the President. Mr. Speaker, I rise to bring concerns, but to recognize that this is an important step that we need to digest and discuss in order to make the right decision to safeguard the people in the region, but also the people of the free democracy-wanting people of Iran. I yield back.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to myself such time that I may consume. In September of this year, the Biden administration negotiated an exchange with Iran for the release of 5 American citizens detained by Iran. In exchange, the Biden administration agreed to not block the transfer of the Trump-approved $6 billion in Iranian assets that were the proceeds of Iranian oil purchased by South Korea. Under the agreement, the funds would be transferred from a restricted account in South Korea to a restricted account in Qatar, where funds would be used exclusively for the purchase of humanitarian goods for Iranian citizens. The transfer did not authorized disbursement of funds, and the sanctioned government of Iran has not and will not see a penny of that money. Moreover, Treasury has stated that the U.S. and Qatar have agreed to effectively block the funds for the foreseeable future. It is not accurate, contrary to the Republican claims, it is not accurate to tie this $6 billion to Hamas's attack on October 7th, because that attack was in planning for multiple years, likely beginning under the Trump administration. I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserve.
Where's my close?
And from California is recognized. Is she prepared to close?
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from North Carolina has no further speakers.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Last Sunday, we received notice that the majority would be moving several financial services bills the very next day. This has put members and staff in the difficult position of assessing and understanding multiple complex bills in a matter of hours in order to cast an informed vote. The justification for jamming these bills so quickly is allegedly to respond to Iran's attack on Israel over the weekend, instead of taking the time to work in a bipartisan manner on bills that would actually increase pressure on Iran. Republicans are politicizing this moment, pointing the finger at the Biden administration and rushing to pass bills like this one that don't actually provide any real solutions in response to Iran's latest attacks. They are just simply desperately trying to prove that they are doing something instead of taking the time to do something meaningful that actually has a chance to pass the Senate also. Democrats and Republicans agree that we should be doing everything possible to crack down on Iranian leaders and terrorists. But instead of debating legislation that will accomplish this shared goal, we are here debating legislation that will only make it harder for us to respond quickly to crises. But simply, this bill would endanger our own national security and degrade our international standing. For these reasons, I oppose this bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. Excuse me. Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just underscore a few points here. This bill was reported out of committee in November. Publicly available to members, we reported this bill out with bipartisan votes coming out of committee. My expectation is here on the House floor is we would likewise have a bipartisan vote. Number one. Number two, this is applying the same standard to the Iranian regime that we have provided to the Russian regime, which says if you're going to waive sanctions, we got to have a say here in Congress. We have to know what you're doing and why. Now, that was the standard for my Democrat colleagues for a Republican administration. But now my Democrat colleagues don't have that same standard for a Democrat administration, which, Mr. Speaker, I think is more partisan than it is in the national interest. Additionally, it's not just the question of the administration, it is the question of our relationship and our approach to Iran. So we're going to take Russia more seriously than Iran? I don't think that's in our national interest. I don't think that that's in the interest of international stability. And so there are a number of things that I raise here that I think are important parts of the debate. This is a bipartisan approach to waivers that is a good standard, whether it's a Democrat administration or a Republican administration, whether or not Republicans or Democrats run the House or Senate. And it says to Iran that we're going to treat them similarly to how we treat the Russian regime. And look, we've got to stand against the aggression of Tehran and their efforts to destroy Israel, its pursuit of nuclear weapons, to its export of drone technologies to Russia. We should stand against that. And I think this week we're making a statement that we do stand against that, and this Congress is making bold statements this week. And I predict we'll make more bold statements this week. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge the adoption of this bill, and I yield back.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1149, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
By the availability of certain waiver authorities with respect to sanctions imposed with respect to the financial sector of Iran and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yes. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A significant number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I move the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate.